I enjoy making games. I enjoy playing games probably more. One of my favorite parts of playing games is character customization, is the ownership that you get to have while you're playing them, creating a character, following a storyline, making your own decisions, and I miss that in some of the games that I have been making. So I decided to, come up with a character customization feature. All of the assets I use in this, I created mostly in Adobe Animate. They're all public domain or CC0. They are free to use for this or anything else. All of the code, please reference. All of this is in the description, hopefully somewhere down there. Oh, the thing behind me, hopefully, is the character customization screen, menu, feature I'm going to walk you through building out. We'll get to customize colors. They can choose their own clothing or hairstyle or helmet and really get the buy-in that is generated by some of these big budget games. Also, it's fun. Once we get through adding in the features of customization, I'll walk you through how to do animation for up, down, left, right, idle, and loading into your first level. With all that being said, again, assets, code, use them for this, use them for something else. Let's build something awesome. Let's dive in. Here we are in Unity, and let's go ahead and get started with our project. So I'll click 2D because, this is 2D. And what we're doing is we're going to be building out that whole character customization menu. And so, I don't know, build a bear is probably copyrighted. Build a player, build a player bear. Sure, beard. Ooh, I have it. Build a game bear. Obviously, I am very creative. See, now it's my own design. Create. Really, build a character. Just to be clear, we're not building stuffed animals in this. To clarify. And pada, here we are. And to get it set up, I like renaming this scene to something that makes sense. I'll be calling this character. Oh, if I can spell it right. Select scene. That seems long, but if it's not specific, it gets confusing once you have multiple scenes and components and several people working on a project. So it's better to be specific than confused. At least I think so. And then I want to go ahead and get kind of the base layer laid out here. I'll tell you right away, I like doing, especially for tutorials, a 16:9 game size. Several reasons for that. If you're thinking standard HD, yeah, absolutely. It's also going to be, almost universally usable. Phones can go from portrait to landscape and back, shockingly. And then most modern screens, it's just a really good standard to stick to. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and create a UI. Let's create a background just to kind of have something pretty to look at as we get to work here. I like doing so using a canvas. Now, this canvas will only serve as the background image, honestly, but that way it keeps it separated and clear as to the structure of the page. Make sure that we don't have issues with layering. So kind of an elegant and yet simple way to ensure that your background does not get wonky as you build. All right, background canvas. I'm going to do screen space to camera. We drag over our main camera here. And then you do want to have it scale with screen size. 1920 by 1080 is what we're looking for there. Perfect. And now for the background image. I am using, somewhere I should have magicked this. Yes. All the assets I am using, I either made or are Creative Commons 0. If I made them, they are Creative Commons 0 as well. So these are all accessible in the description. All the player components I made, and then the fonts are CC0, and the background I edited from Kenley, and it is CC0 as well, meaning you are free to use it on this project or another. You're free to use all of it, mock it, hate it, love it, whatever you need. They're there for you. So let me get these imported, and I shouldn't need this, and boom. Okay, let's see. I have fonts, I have player, I have UI. Just for organization's sake, I'm going to have a folder here that says Sprites. And UI is going to go in there, player is going to go in there. There we are. All right, and here's my background image. I'm going to click on canvas. Like, if you're starting out, you can right click and select a new object to make. You can also always click this top menu, game object, UI, and I'm heading for image. And there we are. This is going to be my background image, so I'll label it as such. Great. And let me drag over this guy. Teeny tiny, not exactly what I'm going for. So zoop and zoop. Good. You just want to get it to a fit that you like. I like to keep it close so it's easy to see the edge of the canvas and the camera. And perfect. Now, just to make sure that, again, this all stays organized for us, I'm going to right now create a sorting layer, add sorting layer, and I'm going to call it, shockingly, background. Because I want this behind everything. Pow. There we are. Head back here. I wish it automatically populated that, but it does not. So let me click there. Great. So now we have that set up. Let's get going on the components of our character. Now, our character is, again, going to be broken down into components because that's what enables someone to customize their character. And that is what, for most modern games, this is a part of player investment in the game where we get control over specific aspects of the playthrough, of the experience. People tend to invest more in things that they actually get to sink their teeth into, get to design, get to have reflect their own personal likes and dislikes. And that's the whole idea of character design and why it is important. So that being said, here's all of the sprites. We will start with the forward-facing one, and then in later tutorials, I will get into animation as such. All right, so here I am, body. Let's start with the head because, you know, they need a head. And everything I choose right now will be the default. Before we start adding script, it's what will appear as the character. So let me go into head shape. I laid it out. It seems like a lot of folders. It is critical though, especially with this amount of resources. Having a good file structure really will make your life easier in the long run. If you don't believe me, don't do it and you'll find out pretty quick. All right, so we have a head now. Woohoo! And we need a bunch of things. I guess we can give our character ears. I'll do the standard ears. Now, you might think this looks like a disaster. Why are you throwing parts of a human on the screen? We'll get there. Don't worry. Eyebrows. I was going to do these for my default eyebrows. And eyes. Eyes are in a bunch of components. So I'm actually going to wait on that for now. Hair. Side hair snuck in here. Hair messy, sure. Hats. Okay, we'll do a hat. And all right, this looks like a whole lot of garbage, right? All scattered. We mushed a human across the screen, at least chunks of them. Sounds kind of brutal. Hopefully YouTube doesn't censor that. I'm going to select all these components though. And if I go ahead and right click and then reset the transform, quapa. So they all stack up like they should. It looks very strange right now. And that's because we need to fix sorting. However, before we even do that, having these as all separate game objects with no actual relation is a nightmare. And we want a game, not a nightmare. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be creating empty game objects. And what that is what it says. So create empty. But all this is, it does have a transform. I'm going to default it. But really what it is I'm using it as a container for parts of the body. This is actually going to be the entire body. So I'm going to say player. Or if you want to get more specific, maybe you want to say hero because you plan on having multiple characters, hero 1, hero 2, or player hero, something like this. I think leaving it as player right now is pretty straightforward. Maybe I could say player body if I wanted to. That would work as well. Okay, so player is an empty object. Now I can drag all of this inside. Watcha. Boom. All right. And I actually am going to further break this into objects and empty objects, just using them as containers. And I'm going to rename this to thoughts. So I already have something called head, but this will also be head, which is going to get confusing. Let's call this head area. Okay. And let me grab all this and drop it in here. Perfect. So now we have the player, we have the head area, and we have these components. Let's get to the layering. So for starters, we're going to need, let me add some colors to this. So it will make more sense from a visual perspective. Now for the head color, I'm going to go here. I actually looked up the hex color for different skin tones, I guess. And I wrote down E0AC, looks like 7-1 maybe? 7-0. Yep, if this is awful, oh no, that's working. Okay, great. And keep in mind, when you do color a shape in Unity, it covers all of the white area, and then the black area, it actually is attempting to color, but since it's solid black, it doesn't really work, you could think of it as. And that's where we get this nice crisp outline with the white area entirely shaded in. So obviously, we're probably gonna want these ears to match this, and then let's get to the layering. So I'm gonna head over to head. And I don't want this default. It is so much easier to do layering than just use the numerical order. So I'm going to add parts for, well, each component almost of the player. This is going to be the head layer, and I'm going to add several that we don't even have yet. Body, face, legs, arms, and shoes. And honestly, I might even put more as we go because it is so much easier to have this clearly delineated layering setup than just use numerical numbers. So body, I want the head to be over top of the body. I want the face to be over top of the head. That's good. Legs are actually going to be behind the body. Arms need to be in front of the body, but behind the head. And shoes need to be in front of the legs, but really nothing else. So here we go. Mine's right now ordered at leg, shoes, body, arms, head, face. And I think there will be more to come. Oh, ears. Ears we want actually to appear behind that. Yeah, ears we're going to want behind the head. Boom. All right. So let's head back. Okay. And ears are ears. And then head is going to be shockingly head. So ears could go either way. You can notice the difference, though, when I layered these. Eyebrow, no. So these names here, that's going to be what the component is called as we're changing it. So right now I've technically, and you can't even see them. Let's put this on face so you can see these. And they're just plain white. I have eyebrows messy is what the file is called. However, the player could change this to a curved eyebrow or the evil eyebrow. So I want these names over here to be generic. So I'm just going to say eyebrows. And then I can guess I can pick a color. I don't know, brownish, 654321. I know is a brown hex color because it's easy to remember and I'm a simple human. There we are. So woohoo, eyebrows. Let me zoom out some. Okay. And then same with hair. So right now I have hair messy simple, which I guess is a great name for a file, but let's just do hair because they could pick another hairstyle. And the hair will be part of the face. If you want to avoid, you know what? I'm going to do hair separately too, just for the clarity of it. So I want hair in front of the face because I want the hair, if it falls in front of the eyes and all of that, to, well, fall in front of the face. Yes. Okay. And that could change depending on how we're doing hair. Now, with the hair, I'm just going to zoop, zoop. There we are. Now it's in front of the face and I can pick a color. Maybe I do the same color, for instance. And we're starting to get a human. Finally, this helmet. Let's name this hat because I also have a wizard hat and a headband. So let's name it hat to be generic. And let's go ahead and classify this as hair, but I need it in front of the actual hair. It's a hat. So I'll put it at a 1, and there we are. Now with this, you'll notice this gray is already shaded in, which was done on purpose. You want to, though, when you color this, it's going to color all of it. But I wanted the middle to have a different, well, the edge, which I was thinking could be thought of as middle, to have a different color than the rest of it, because that's how the helmet would appear. Cool. And here's my player's helmet. All right. Why don't we go ahead and give our hair, eyebrows, ears. Yep. Let's give our player some eyes. Sight. Okay. Now the eyes are broken into several components. And that is because of the ability to animate and move the eyes can get complicated quickly. And separating them out like this, personally, is I found to be the easiest way to enable animation now or later on. That all being said, since it is so many components, I'm going to go ahead to the head area, and I am going to again do game object, create empty, and I am going to call this eyes. And let me just make sure it's within this head area. And let's go ahead and grab, boom, and boom, and oh, what was that? Oh, I don't want the large people. Eye white area, iris, and pupil. Let me click on eyes and let me reset the transform just to keep things tidy. And then I can go ahead and reset all of these as well. I held shift to select all of them and reset. Awesome. Let's get them inside of here. And eye black edge, I might say eyes outline. Eyes white area sounds good. Iris and pupil. Now for the layering of the eyes, since there's 4 separate parts here, I could do face, right? Face. And then maybe have the outline. I want to be on top of everything, right? You don't want the pupil to be able to wander over the edge of the eye. So maybe for the outline area, I would do something like a 3. And then the iris needs to be on top of the white area, but the pupil would need to come next. So this would be a 2. And then the iris, which is the colored area, would be a 1. Oh, except they all need to be face. Let me select them all. There we are. Ooh, that gets freaky. And let me throw some color on the eyes. That's kind of purpley. Not the best with color aesthetics, I'll be honest. Maybe I shouldn't say that I'm the best at everything. And then pupil, and yeah, let's make sure these are all. So the white area, I am going to want to set at a 1, because I do want to make sure it never... well, I could leave that at a 0 actually, because the face, yeah, that's fine. It just needs to be behind everything. All right, and now we have eyes. What are we missing? A mouth. So, Quacha, hats, we got head, mouth. There we are. And I have a few options here. I'm going to go with the generic smile, because I'm deeply predictable. I can close that, and I'll just put this within the head area. And I'm going to rename this mouth instead of mouth smile. And then I'm going to reset the transform, and... oops. So what I'm doing right now here, I'll start from the top. I'm going to delete this. Once you do this, once you add it, make sure you reset the transform right away, because otherwise it's going to do it relative to these other components. So with that done, I'm going to rename this mouth. There we are. I'm going to make sure this is part of the face. And we have a fully fledged face. And I can now drop this within my head area. Cool. Something I'm noticing, I have send. You see when I drop the mouth on here, this position's off. It's not the end of the world. That means somewhere back here I forgot to reset the transform. It just gets frustrating as we build on top of a game and games grow increasingly complex to have an issue like this. Thankfully, it's easily solvable. After me spending so much time on it in my early days, I finally realized all I have to do is I can select all of this at once, and I'm going to just go reset transform. And now if I go back to mouth, it understands that's going to be the 0, 0 point, and ta-da! All right, with that all ready to rock, let's hide this head area and let's go ahead and start on the body. And this organization, again and again, you will be grateful for as we build this out. So I'm going to select the player. I'm going to do game object, create empty, and I am shockingly going to name the next part of this body. And let's reset that transform. So let me head over to forward and well, body. And interesting, shirt was not there. Cool. Let's go ahead and start though with the chest. Shirt's also included here. And for that, I'm going to go ahead and do the standard chest drop and then a shirt. The reason for the difference is depending on how you're customizing your character, you might want the chest to have a skin color. For instance, if you're going to put abs on your character, we don't need that right yet, but you might want those to be separate components. So here's that, and then let me do the standard shirt for now. Great, and head back over to body stuff, arms, and a left arm. Yep, left arm, left sleeve. This lets you control that stuff independently, and it's why the outline is there, but the colored area is going to be separate. And then head over to body again. Sure, let's do a belt, rope belt, fur belt, buckle belt. I want a fur belt. Yeah. Body again. And chest I have, legs. Ooh, I have some options here. I will start with standard leg, which would just be the left leg and the right leg. Great and great. Head back to the body. Shoes. We have boots. We have shoes. I'll go ahead and do shoes. Shoe and right shoe. Drop all those. And now I'm going to select this huge chunk of stuff and right click and reset. Whoop-pow! And we have a bit of a disjointed character that we need to figure out some layering for. All right, now I already had this body ready to rock, so let me grab all this stuff and drop it here. For the chest and shirt, I was going to classify those sorting-wise as body, and I'm going to rename this from shirt standard just to shirt because there will be the option to be changing that. For the shirt, I want it to be over top of the body itself, so I'm going to set the sorting layer for that as a 1. And where's my belt? Let me drag up my fur belt here. I'm going to put it right here. Now I'm going to have this also be a body element, but I'm going to have it 2 because I'm going to want it over the shirt. And instead of fur belt, since there's other belt options, I'm going to say belt. There we are. And now left arm, right arm. Let's go ahead and have different components for these. So let's do create empty, and I'm going to do arms, reset this in the body, grab my left arm, left sleeve, right arm, right sleeve, all 4 of these guys, and quacha. And while I'm thinking of it, let's do the legs as well. Legs. And I might include the shoes with that, so forgive me, but I'm going to. Legs. Okay, so here we are, and sorting wise for the arm, we can go ahead and classify this as arms. The thing I want to watch out for though is that the sleeve needs to come behind the outline. This arm here involves the outline itself, whereas the sleeve is independent, and that's so we can give the hand a skin color, but the sleeve, the player will have the option to have sleeves or, well, not. So that looks good. Left arm's a 0. Oh wait, sleeve's a 0. We want arm to be a 1 to make sure it overlaps. And then, oh, I can't spell right, apparently. I'm going to fix that. And then arm should be a 1 once again. Awesome. And let's see here, legs. Now we already have stuff set up for this. So let's do legs. And then I did set up shoes independently, which was nice of me. So I'll switch this off to shoes. And we have a character. Decisions. I might change up my belt. I feel like that belt's more for someone shirtless. I'm just saying. Which is an option. Whoa. Ooh, that's big. Is that right for this character? I'm going to turn off the belt for a second. Let's get some color on the rest of this before I make some aesthetic choices. I'm going to go pretty traditional, most likely. Sure. What did I just color? Oh, that's the chest. So like I was saying, this will be visible depending on what outfit's being chose. I'll just make it the skin color. You'll have to just believe me that it's there. Now my shirt is going to go like a... Sure, maybe red. Great. And then belt, I've turned off for now. Left arm and right arm. These are going to be skin color. So, because this really is the hand and the hand as well as the outline. And now the sleeve color, I'm going to have match the shirt. Cool. And the pants, left leg, right leg. Let's go ahead, and I guess this is going to be a pretty modern dude for now and make it kind of a genie look. Jeans, I mean. And the shoes, I'll go with something yellowish. Beautiful, a dream. Now let me reconsider my belt here. I just don't know if he's cool enough. Through the magics of the internet, I was bothered by that belt and just made a shrunk down version. No, I will not tell you how long that took me, and you don't know because of the internet. But ta-da, a reasonable fitting belt, a handsome character. We're well on our way. And so now that we have it set up, especially, I just got to reiterate, the structure of this will make our life so much easier. We're going to need to get going on the script that will enable that customization, the interface that the user can navigate through to take ownership of the game over your game, hopefully. So for starters, we will need a script on each body component. And the reason for this, or each body part, is because that script can be used throughout a game, especially in a RPG style game, or actually any, regardless. If you want to shift out animation, shift out sprite images for things such as damage, or maybe you are going left, right, up, down for keyboard control, hint, that's what I will be doing or showing you how to do, you need the ability to be shifting out those sprite images. And we will be storing that within these individual game objects, right? So we're going to be storing the available components to each game object within it. And that's done with a script. If that sounded super complicated, don't be scared. We got this. So I'll start with the head here, I guess. And I'm just going to do add component. And I'm going to say body. Oh, it might have already been there. Body part script. I'm writing scripted then because especially starting out, I just want to be super clear what this is. This is a coding script. It will be C#, body part script, and create. So I want to move it. Again, organization, especially if you're doing a more ambitious game. Let me go ahead and create a new folder, and it will shockingly be called script. And let me drag this body part script inside of it. There we are. And now onto our body. So whatcha, and let me close that up. Arms and legs. Apparently I made the legs independent from the body. That's fine. Okay, so let's start with these 3, and I'm just going to highlight them all like I have been doing. And let's head over to our script and drag this guy out. And chest has, well, I know they at least all have one, and that way I can go ahead and write default right here. And let's take a look at chest. So head I won't need. Chest I will. Body I will, I mean. Chest. There we are. And standard chest. Done. And I think I'm going to do abs like a shirt. Yes, that is what I decided to do. So there'll be one standard chest and then the chest on the wrong thing there. Chest. And there it goes. Yep. And apparently I have the outline separate. This should be fine though. Chest. So that's good to go. And again, the chest will be visible when the shirt is not. And that's how we can make use of the abs and other articles of clothing that might show some of it. Speaking of which, I'm going to classify the abs as an option on the shirt. Because if they have that shirt removed, they could just have abs. So how many shirts do I have? I think 3. So I'm going to do 4 with their final option, abs. And this is abs to the left. And then while I'm here for our shirts, might as well, did I get chest? I did already get chest. Shirt. Belly shirt, which I'm very proud of. I'm very proud of all of my shirts. Standard shirt and V-neck. V-neck. Belly, sure. And then let's go ahead. Of course, I put them all down one line. Oop, belly. Standard and V. Now straight on. And again, it says down because they'll be facing down with the down arrow. And this is the animation we would use. And abs only. Rawr. All right. And actually, I think through the magic of computing, I actually have a chest that I wanted for, women, right? So this would be similar to abs in a way, I guess. And it's going to go here. We'll still have it as a shirt. So I'm going to say 5. And boom, and instead of abs, I don't know, it's like, no, chest. And then let me move, this is the forward view of it. So let me move that into here. This would be the side. Let me drop that right there. And chest and female, qua pow. Perfect. And now we're headed to belts. Belt. For the belt. So here we are. We have our sized options. We have the default belt, which was this guy, belt thin, I guess. Names might be slightly different, but 3. And then the belt for small. Boom. And then the rope belt. And I'll just name these fur, I guess, and rope. And now to these guys. And the size down one, belt rope on the left. Thin is the default, and belt for small. Great. Arms. Add our script. The least can have 1. Default. Okay, so the arms are a bit interesting because of the turning. When the player faces left or right, they actually only need 1 arm. So what I'll do for this is the left arm is going to have, yes, left arm, yep, and then arms, yes, okay. So the left arm is going to actually have sleeves are separate, 2. And now it will have the default left arm right here, boom. And then it's going to have a second one here, which will be sideways or left. I'm going to call it, I guess, sideways. So even if they're facing right, because of how we're going to mirror it, so the player can face left or right, only the left arm will be displayed because the left arm will be mirrored and the player will be facing right. So sideways is, no, we don't need this. Got it. We're going to do this. So facing left, default here. Now the leftward facing arm, there's only one of here. Arm left. Perfect. And then for I want to do arms first, just to make this clear. For the right arm, right arm here. Okay. But we don't want anything to show if the player is facing left or right, because we're just going to be using the one left arm. And this is again where that blank tile comes into play. Just so we don't throw it off, I'm going to put a blank here. Now onto the sleeves and arms. So left, papa, and then arms. Nope. Shirt. Oh, maybe it isn't arms. Yep. Left sleeve, quapa. Now right arm, we got right sleeve, we have arms, we have right sleeve. And then once again, just to make sure we don't throw anything off, I'm going to do this as blank, which is an empty frame. Cool. Left leg, all of our legs. Actually, like I've been doing, I'll leave these guys selected. And all of these actually have, I think they all have 3. So boom, and default. And then I'll have to change these for the shoes, but that's fine. I'll put pockets, and I'm going to put stripe. There we are. All right. And then let me grab this left guy, left leg. Default, simple. Left leg with stripes, I said, whereas last actually. And then left leg with pockets goes right here. And since I have it up, let's go ahead and do the right leg. Default, right leg with pockets and the stripes. Boom. And now on to this. So what's going on here? We only have one leg. Obviously, we have more than one leg. The only leg that will be different when the player is facing left or right is going to be, and I can show you, it's going to be this. It's going to be the leg with pockets. So that's the only leg I have in this folder, because otherwise we can use the default legs. Obviously, the legs will be in a different position because he's going to be walking left or right. However, the only leg that would have a different animation is the one with the pockets, because the striped leg would be identical, right? Stripes go all the way around. And then the other leg for, here, I'll show you. So if the player has pockets, the left leg would be the front leg when he turns to the left. So that left leg with pockets is just going to be blank because we wouldn't see the pockets on the outside of the pant. However, when the player turns to the left, the right leg with pockets is going to be the only one that needs this guy, right? Now, other than that, the striped leg will be identical. Let's go to legs here, stripes. Oh, it would just need to be right. And then the front leg will be identical because it's going to be blank. Right? Blank, right? The default will be blank. And then the left leg will be blank here. It's also going to be blank with pockets because the pockets would be facing towards that side. And then striped. This is looking good. So I know this is tedious, but doing this and having it all easily accessible here is going to make our life infinitely easier. Let's now do some of that randomization. To make all of this more usable, I'm going to have a player script, and I will have it attached to our empty object here, the player. The first thing I'm going to prioritize, though, is access to the player's body parts, because then there will be a central script, and we don't have to go to each object. So I'm going to go ahead now and add component, and I'm going to name this player script. And we might separate this out, and there might be a player movement script as well, but this will be sufficient at the moment. Player script, and it's been created. Scripts. And added. Of course, it's not automatically where it should be. I'm going to hide some of this. There we are. And player script. Just thinking. We got it. All right. So what we're going to do with our player script is we're going to make an array. Now, what are we going to be making an array of? We're going to be making an array of this struct. So we already have an array. We already have all these sprites, and they're in this structure array of what I just called sprites. Now, I want an array because I want a list of all the body part components. So to do this, I'm going to go ahead and say, we'll make it public, and I'll just say, and again, it's going to be an array of the body part script, right? So the actual script for the body part, we're going to make an array of that because then we can access each individual body part from a central location. And we can use this to iterate over to randomize the character to allow for easy customization and interfacing with those parts. So that being said, public, what's the name of the script? The name of the script is body part script. All right, so we're doing a public body part script. It's going to be an array, and I'm just going to name this array body parts. Boom. All right. So with that set up, we're going to need a few things. First, we need to populate this array with those body parts. So let me go ahead and save this. Zoop, zoop, and head over. There we are. And thankfully, this will be a lot easier than what we have been doing because I can just go ahead and click. And I'm going to hold shift all the way down. Oh, I should lock our player. Lock. All right. And then I'm going to click. I'm going to hold shift all the way down and mouth. Oh, I left the mouth off. That is why. So we need actually perfect. Boom. Oh, that was odd. 3 and default and We'll have this one be the frown, and this one's going to be our teeth. Let me go over here. Frown. Mouth smile is going to be the default. Mouth teeth. Oh yeah, I almost got lips as well. Mouth lips. Great. That's looking good. And now let's make sure to do left as well. And there we are. Okay, that's better. And now we can go ahead and check this in as well. Great. And there goes their mouth. So the eyes, they're all going to need to stay together and have the same index. Well, are they? We don't actually need to change the index. I did set this up. Okay, but what's the only thing that actually has a changeable index? It will be the pupil. No, it will be the iris. Okay, I did set this up that if we want to iterate through all of them, we can, and that will allow you in the future to be able to customize these. However, I'm just going to be adding the iris to this component for changes. And then we got chest. Oh, I got to lock this again. Did I do the shoes? Just double check I got our shoe styles here. Oh, unlock. I thought I might have. Okay, and let's make sure to take care of these shoes too. Left shoe, left boot. Boot's going to be second. Left shoe. Going to rename this boot for the shoe and make this a 2. And then right boot. Default will be right shoe. And now on the left, boot forward will be our left, boot back will be our right. Boom. Shoe back will be the right side because when they turn, and the shoe front will be left. And boot. There we are. There we go. And our boots are set up as well. Okay, so now with all of this accessible here, we can now start getting script ready to go that can run through, that can randomize this. To do that, let's do a... let's go ahead and add a button to our screen to make this happen. And let's go ahead to the UI again. And I'm going to drag out just this blank, my own game, I am, just this blank button to our scene. Actually, I am lying to you. I'm going to Control Z, which is undo. I'm going to go ahead and start to add our UI canvas. So to do that, I'm going to right click here, create UI, and head over to canvas. This is going to be the HUD canvas, the heads up display. So I'll name it such. And then I'll go ahead and give this a sorting layer of like everything because it's going to want to be over everything. However, first let's do a screen to camera just for consistency. And then let's make sure we scale with screen size 1080 by 1920. Great. And where's our default sorting layer? Add sorting layer. And I'm going to say HUD for heads up display. There you are. Great. And now we can add our button. So I'll just right click on this and do UI and button. And my button's there. I'm going to change it up to that guy. And wow, that is huge. Something slightly more reasonable. And text for this button is going to just say random. And we'll add some features to this, but for now, let's just have a randomization component. Before I pick my font, I'll point out that all of these fonts are Creative Commons. They're in the description. They're Creative Commons 0. You can use them however you would like. I guess I'll be going with Gunplay just out of respect for you as a person. I really hope I sped that up, and if I forgot, I'm sorry you had to watch me go through all that, but you're welcome. And that will be my random button. So let me go ahead and adjust where I need this guy. I'm going to rename this random button, of course. Seems appropriate. Whatcha, and let's work on placement here. Probably throw it somewhere down here, and that is very likely to change in the near future. But all right, now we have a button, we have a name, we got to go all ready to rock. And let's go back to our script. We're going to need to add a scene controller. You could call it a game controller. I'm going to name this scene controller to control some of the visual elements and randomizations that will be happening only in this scene itself. So I'll do a create empty, and I'm going to, I don't need this empty on my canvas. Delete that guy. So just game object, create empty, and I'm going to call this what is this? Character, or maybe select scene controller. Nah. Okay, long, but it's clearish. And guess what this is going to be? A character. I can't handle this log. I lied. I'm just going to say CH scene controller, because now I'm going to do CH scene controller script. Again, I write script on the end, especially during tutorials, to help clarify what is script and what isn't, because I was pretty bad at this to start off, and I really couldn't tell oftentimes. So, script. Alrighty. Alright, here we are. So what I'm going to need to do is have a on-click listener. And the reason I'm going to do that here from kind of a central location is, one, I don't want to add script to every button we have, and two, it's an efficient way to view all of it. So let me go ahead, and this is going to yell at me first though. I have to have a Unity UI added up here using Unity.UI. And now I can go ahead and have an on click for a button. So I'm going to button, maybe, if I could learn how to type. And then I'll just call this random btn. I'm going to make that public so I can just drag it in. Now, once this loads, I'm going to go ahead and do decisions. You know what? I want access to the game object, actually, for possible later use. No, I don't. Not for this. Okay, random button. Sorry. And then random dot. Oh. And what will I call this? I will say update player sprites. Or actually, since it's randomized sprites, that makes more sense. Clear as possible. The idea of self-commenting code is handy because then you don't have to comment if it's extremely readable. All right, here we are, and that's all going to be set up for use. Now, what do we need to make this work? Well, I need to be able to access all of the player's body components, which check, and I need to be able to get those indexes and randomize them, making sure not to go over the actual number of sprites in the array, the actual amount of options. So a lot of that work is going to be happening within the body part itself, within that component itself. Let me save all of this. And let's head it over here. So what can we do? This is the body part script, so it's attached to each individual part, and we can really put this to use. So I'm going to do an update sprites, or if it's an individual body part, it would be update sprite. Just to make it clear, I'm going to do update part sprite. I can do update sprite. Okay, update sprite, and then that will be a void, which is fine. What do we need this to do? Well, we need this to change the sprite, obviously. So I'm going to do a game object dot get component sprite renderer, right? Because this is once again an actual body part that we're doing this on, and then I'm going to grab its sprite, and then I'm going to set it. What am I going to set it to? Well, whatever index is being asked to. I could iterate index by 1 because I have index stored right here, but I'm actually going to pass an int to this, int new index. All right. And so new index, so that we're going to set the sprite equal to what? It's going to be equal to the sprites array that is stored within this new index dot. Now this is going to depend. We're going to have to make some adjustments to this, but for now I can go ahead and say down because I know the player will be facing down at this point in the display because they're randomizing and picking the character. So we have the character facing forward, which is the down arrow key. Now let's make sure to also, because we will be utilizing this index in other ways, to set that index equal to this new index. And if you wanted to drive the point home, we could have done this at the beginning and then utilized our brand new updated index instead of the parameter in the argument. All right, so that alone will make this so much easier for us to accomplish. And again, it's part of that structure that is really necessary when doing something this complex. So let me save. And now we are going to want a method to be able to call this and utilize this for each body part. So let's take a look at our player script again. And let's go ahead and start with a script that we're going to utilize to be changing a specific sprite. So I guess I won't need update at this moment. So I'm going to be using it. Change part, body part, sprite. Okay. And what we'll need to know is what sprite to change it to. And so this is going to go ahead and take in an int, and we'll say new index, I guess. Great. And what we should do first, since we're taking in that index, is we want to check to make sure that that index is not beyond the length of the array of sprites that we are going to be changing. So wait a minute, we need new index. We're also going to need the actual body part. So this do the looking. So let's do part index, comma, int sprite index. There we are. Okay, because it will take in an index for the part and then an index for the sprite itself. And now we want to, again, check that length. So if body parts, and this will be the part index, so body parts index is greater, and we need to know how many sprites we have, right? So how much is in this sprites array? So if that index is body part index dot sprites dot length, if that's greater than the new than the sprite index being passed, well, that would cause an error. So we want to prevent this. And what we'll do if that is the case, we're going to say, so if that's greater than the sprite index being passed, oh no, wait a minute. If that is less than the sprite index being passed. So I'm actually going to flip this up for clarity. What we're doing is I want to check this parameter, this argument sprite index, and make sure that it is less than the length of this array minus 1, because otherwise that would cause an issue. And if it is not less than the length of that array minus 1, I'm going to say sprite index is equal to 0. And then at this point, I can go ahead and go about setting that sprite. So, and how I will do this is we're going to, again, be using that array of sprites, but we'll also be utilizing this function here, the update sprite function that we created. Let me make sure, is that public? We need that guy to be public or access to it. We save all that. All right. And then right here, I can go ahead now and do, so we have access to the body parts script. And so body part dot, just go through this. Yep. Update sprite. So body part dot update. Body part index dot update sprite, and then we need to pass the new index, so that would be our sprite index. Quacha. And what that's going to do, it's going to pass along that new index we just set. It will assign that index here, and then it's going to go ahead and change the image. Now, right now, it's going to change it to down because that's the default. Of course, we'll make it so it will change it to the correct direction, regardless of which direction they are facing. That way you can do live updates of sprites, for instance, in case of damage and things like that. So this is good. Now we're never calling this. So we're asking, we set this up to be able to change that sprite. Now, when are we going to want to actually use it? Well, I know I'm going to want to use it to randomize the sprite. Now, the randomization feature isn't going to be one that is needed all the time. Honestly, it's just going to be needed at initial setup. We're not going to have the user, the player, be able to randomize their hero, their character, in the middle of the game. That's just for the initial creation of a character. And so I will put the function, the method that will allow the randomization of a player here, which makes sense, random button, and here's what will be executed when they choose to do that randomization. So with all that being said, let's get into this. Now for this, I'm going to need a way to access each part of the player's, the length of the sprites in each part of the player. Because once again, we don't want to be going over the length. We want to choose an index for the randomization that is within it. So actually in the body part script, and this is something we'll be utilizing in different aspects as well, I'm going to go ahead and do public int, and this is going to be get sprites length, boom, boom. And all it's going to be doing is return sprites dot length. This variable right here is public, so I could grab it independently. I like the cleanliness of this. So back over to this. And now what index am I at? Well, I need to make sure that this controller here does have access to our player script, all the components that we're going to be using for randomizing the body. So I'm just going to do public player script. There we are. And then lowercase player script. Boom. Okay. And with that, now I can do, and we're going to need access to, and that's going to be public as well. So that's fine. I'm jumping the gun. Before randomization, we're going to need the length. All right, so how many body parts are there? Because we're going to have to loop through them to randomize the whole sprite. So int len is going to be equal to player script dot body parts dot length. And again, I could probably use a get for this, but that's okay. I'm just going to do this the lazy way, you could think. And then length -1, because this is going to be how long or how many items we want to loop through to change the sprite. So indexes are, of course, initially initiated at 0. All right, now we have our random, and we're going to do up. Our random is going to go in a for loop, because we're going to now loop through each body to be changing those sprites. So for int I is equal to 0, I must be less than len, and then iterate I by 1, I plus plus. Oops. There we are. And now let's think about this random number. What we're doing again is we need to get a random number to change that body part sprite to. I'm actually going to declare this out of the loop, and for clarity, I'll say random sprite index, I guess. And I'll leave it undefined because I'm going to define it down in here in our for loop. And I will use this chunk. We're going to do random number, copy and paste here to be lazy. I'm going to get rid of that. And that random number is going to be the player sprite, but then not just that, obviously. We're going to need to do player sprite, and then we're going to need to do body parts I, right? Because whatever body part we're at the current time, and then body part I dot get sprite length, boom, boom. And that will be an integer, which is exactly what we need. And since it is an integer, random range is inclusive and exclusive, meaning it will pop out a 0 occasionally. But if there's 4 sprites, it would never pop out a 4. It would only pop out a 3, which is perfect for indexing purposes. So great. Now we have a sprite index that should work. And we can go ahead now and call that function that we had created to be able to actually update the sprite. So to do that, let's go ahead and say player script dot body parts I dot update sprite. And what are we updating it with? Our random sprite index. Boom and boom. Let me save all this. And let's go ahead and test this out. I would like to point out how little code we have, honestly, right? There's not a bazillion lines of code to do some complex functionality. Let's shrink this down. And I'm going to go ahead and, oh, actually, I need to populate. Yes. Grab my player and then my random buttonizer. There we are. And hit play. Awesome. 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 Ooh. Ooh. Oh, so I'm noticing right now, and this makes sense. We're going to fix this in a sec, right? So the shoes aren't matching and the pants aren't matching because they're separate elements and we're controlling them, well, separately. So they're not always going to be the same. And that looks a bit strange to me. And also sleeves and shirtless. That's a choice that we can, well, unchoice. So let me go ahead and hit troop. This is looking really nice though. Now we want to make sure though that we control for the legs and shoes to be, well, the same. All right. And to do that, I'm actually going to just set it in a manual fashion within the scene controller script. Now let's do it in the scene controller. So, all right. Now, just after this randomization process, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to grab our legs and shoes by tag. So that's going to be the most straightforward way. Let me actually go back though and make sure we set that up. Player, legs, and right and left leg here. I'm going to go ahead and do a new tag, add tag, and I'm going to just do legs. Or leg, I guess, because it's one. And then shoe. I could have added it right there. Oh well. We'll say foot. Maybe they'll go barefoot at some point. I don't know. All right. Now, maybe I have my legs here and do leg, because they're both a leg. Shoe here and do. Great. All right. Now, with that set, we can go back into this. And after we randomize, I'm going to go ahead and do a. an array because I'll grab both the legs and I'm just going to do GameObject.find, GameObject with tag, GameObjects with tag, make sure it's GameObjects, and the tags, well, is leg. And now I don't really care which, you know what, maybe I just want to do same item because I can reuse this for shoe. I don't really care which order I grab these items in. I just need to make sure they have the same sprite. And to do that, I'm going to grab the index for one of the body parts and set it to the other. So that would mean that game object, I'm going to do same item 0 dot get component. And what do we want to get? We want to get body part script. We need it script. And then we want to do dot get. Nope, we need to get the index. Do I have a method of return? I don't think so. So let's go ahead and have that as well. Public get sprite index. And this will just return. I need to add int to that index. Great. Save that. Back here. Same item 0 get component body part sprite get sprite index. And what we'll do with this, this needs to be like that. And now what we're going to do with this is grab the other part of this because we know the array has 2 items in it. Same item 1 dot. We need to get the script again. So now let's get the body part script of this. And what we're going to do with that is set. Oh, update. That's what I have. Update sprite. What will we update it to? We're going to update it to that index that we just figured out. Great. Now that's good for the feet. Let's go ahead and do that for the legs. And actually, we could separate this out as its own function instead of doing this code twice because it's all identical other than the word that we're looking for. And that might be actually easy. So, void match sprites, or yeah, match sprite, same sprite, set same sprite. They're not exactly the same. Okay, match sprites. And this will have a string body part name. How about part name tag name. Okay, there we are, tag name. And now I'm going to copy all this. Copy, paste. And instead of having leg here, I'm just going to have tag name. And up here, I'm going to call match sprites right here with leg. Cool. And then what I want to call it with is the feet. So I'm just going to copy that line, paste it, and then let's do feet as well. And this should make sure that those 2 components end up matching together. Let me save all this. And let's, oh, I think I did foot, right? Because I didn't do the plural. Okay, and let's go ahead and test this out. And yeah, I did do foot. Okay, play. Boom, 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 boom. This is awesome. Awesome, 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 awesome. Cool. All right, so we have some options with the sleeves, and then we're going to get into color customization next. This is going really well. I love it. Rah, rah. Ooh. All right. So let's then, let's go ahead back to our script here. And here we are back in our script. Let's think about this. We're actually going to need a button. So maybe I'm doing this a bit prematurely. Quicha. So here is our game. Great setup thus far. What we want to do now is start adding a way for the player, for the user to customize color. And why do this? Well, it continues to build into the game features for the controller for the player to control and create an experience that they like, to customize it, which will create buy-in for users. That being said, we need buttons for the customization of the character. And this will allow us to not only customize the colors, but maybe individually customize each item of a player. Instead of just randomizing the whole body at one time, we can have the player select certain body parts and have them change. Now, what do we need to do this? We're going to need a few UI elements, buttons, for instance. Let me go into our HUD here that we already have, and I'm going to click on this guy, and I'm just going to duplicate it for ease. And what will I call it? I'm going to call it, it's going to be used just like body parts. So I'm going to do body for part select button, part select BTN, how about? Bit shorter. And then let me take a look at the text here. And I'll say, to start us off, I guess we'll start with the hat, maybe. So I'll start with hat, if that makes sense. And let's go ahead and move this guy to a better spot. Oh, I'm on game mode. Let me head into scene mode. And I right click, by the way, to be able to control the screen like I just did. Okay. So we're going to make some adjustments for this. I think, take a look at our player. I'm going to go ahead and move our player down. Let me see how this is all looking in the game editor. I am liking this. Actually, I might do a Control Z here. Control Z, Control Z. And I'll think about moving the player down at a later point. What I'll do for now is this part select button. I'm going to actually put it towards the top here. So let me get this is at 300x. Perfect. So we're going to just put this at 300x. There we are. And then let me take a look again at this, and it's, not that, this. Its Y is -245, which is handy because I'm just going to say 245. All right. And then I need arrows for the player to be able to move back and forth on this, because what we'll have it do is they can use arrows to switch up this word, hat, hair, head, shirt, whatever. And then if they click on the word itself, actually, that will be what changes it. So let's go ahead and once again, I'm just going to duplicate the button for ease. Here we are. And let me throw this on it. Boom, arrow. This is going to be a square. So I was thinking, I don't know, 140. Let's take a look at 140. That is immense. 90 by 90, maybe. Let me kill off this text. Let's do left arrow BTN. Die text. Let's pull this guy out some. Yeah, something over here. And even 90 might be big. Thinking it is. Don't want to go too much smaller though. 85 maybe. And then this was at 2. Yeah, that's all good. Okay, and then just make sure hat was at 300. So maybe 450. How does that look? That's not enough. 465. And I'm liking this. I might do a few changes as we go, but let me now duplicate this arrow button. I'm going to flip it 90 degrees, so rotate 90. And by 90, I definitely mean 180. Yikes. And so this was at 300. And what I did is I added 165 to 300. And if you didn't know that you could do this, say I want to set it at 300 because I know that's where that center button is. And I can do -165 if you want to be lazy about it. Hit enter. And there we are. Now we have a right button. And let me go ahead and update the name. Right arrow button. Looking pretty good. So I might scooch our player over a bit. Where are they at now? 0. Yeah, of course. Perfect. Maybe we'll have our player a little bit off center. This could be good too, because when we add customizations, maybe for weapons and things like that, it doesn't necessarily need to be completely in the middle. Maybe actually have off over here even. Yeah, let's do a -2.25, I'm thinking. And then we could move this entire panel of buttons over. Oh, which isn't on a panel yet. Thinking. I will put a panel behind this. I like the aesthetics of panels. So let me... maybe I won't. I won't for now. Just kidding. Okay, so let's move this stuff over though just a tad. Actually, to make sure I do it all the same, I'm thinking -25 for all of these. So if you want to be sure you get it perfect, -25 for all is what I'm doing. For all their X values. Okay. Good. So now we need this to be able to be populated and usable. What we want it to have in it, obviously it's starting with hat, but we want it to be able to go through the other values for the player's components. Where do we have those values labeled? Thankfully, we have them all labeled right here, right? We have access to them, head, ears, so on and so forth. And that's what we can populate right here as we move through the body parts. Taking a look. All right. That being said, let's then go back to our code because we will need a way to access this button. We want to put some on-click listeners on these guys. And we have a script perfect for that, which is our characters in controller script. if we want, maybe we want to separate out scripts for those two buttons. Think. Let's keep going here. So, all right, I have a public player script. And what I'm going to want to do now is have a, that's my player script. Buttons right there. So now I'm going to do a public, let's do body part btn for the name. And I should put that this is a button. And body part btn. Actually, I want the game object because I'm going to want to get access to that text as well. That is looking good. Body part btn. And then we need these two arrows. So, and those we can use as buttons. Public button, left arrow, btn. Whoops. I'm just going to copy that and paste it here. And we're going to switch up to right. So I just have left and right arrow able to be defined. Great. And let's go ahead and get on-click listener set up for them and functions. So I'll just do some generic function, void arrow, arrow clicked. Okay. And then for the other one, let me actually do it above it. And this will be body part button, void, body button clicked. And this is looking good for those components. We want to think about now how we can populate the text, like I've said, on that body button. So we need to get the body parts. For now, we have a few options. For now, the way I'm going to be doing this, let's take a look. I can use, and what I was thinking of doing is using what was already in here. Of course, we would then need to pay attention to right and left sleeve, right? Because we would want those colors to be coordinated and to be changing at the same time. So what's handy about this is if you look how I have this set up, all the way up to belt, everything's an independent item. It can be changed on its own. And then after belt, we would want the left arm's colors to change together and all of this. We would also, though, want to control for the body. And so there are several things we're going to want to consider. For instance, the player's body itself. Let me take a look. Body and arms. So here are the arms, right? The sleeves are on their own. And we have the option of default for our sleeves. But the sleeves might sometimes need to know if the shirt is visible or not, because we have all of our shirt options right here. But if the shirt was on abs or female chest, for instance, you might necessarily want them to be wearing a shirt for these two. I mean, to be wearing a sleeves for these two options. And so we need to consider how to control for that, how to change the color of the arms to match the skin color when it is set to abs or female chest. So there's several carve-outs that we're going to need to be considered. That being said, our initial list here for the player is completely usable. What we will do is use tags for several of these items to make sure, for instance, we're going to have a skin tag, and we would want the face and the ears and the hands to always match to have an identical color. So I'm going to give all of those the tag of skin. Let me go ahead and do that. And this is going to enable some of that customization to be workable with a player, but also consistent and logical, and give the game some basis in reality or within the universe I want to create. So let me go ahead and go right up here to the head. And like I said, this has no tag right now. I'm going to create this new tag, and I'm just going to say skin for it and save. Oh, whoa, that's strange. I don't know why it just populated. So we do already have leg and foot, remember, because we created the leg and foot, and those are tagged to make sure they stay consistent. So let me now head back, and skin. Perfect. Now the ears, once again, skin. Great. And the hands. So that would be the arms. Not the sleeves, just the arm themselves. And these items, I'm going to want to make sure they are always going to be. And then when it comes to skin, we can't say right now, but the one other thing we would definitely want to consider to be skin, chest. So, whoop, and skin. Perfect. All right, let's head back towards the code and let's work out the logic of exactly what we'll be needing to make this function. Now let me head over here. Oh, why is that sand saved? Save all this. And we already have, okay, so now within the script itself, we can start setting up the buttons, right? We have these ready to rock. We already added these empty functions and we should keep going with the on click. So I'm just going to copy this to be lazy about it, paste and paste. And what I need though is the left button here. So on the event that the left button is clicked, now what am I going to have run? I'm going to have body button clicked. Oh, that should be caps. Body button. Let's have actually, no, that works. And what would I have run is arrow clicked, right? So if the left button clicked, arrow clicked. If the right button's clicked, I'm also going to want arrow clicked. So right button, arrow, both of those on click. The distinction is I do need to know the direction, right? So if they click the left arrow or the right arrow, thankfully someone invented parameters. And what we'll be passing this as is an integer. And we're going to just say num. It's going to be the change that's going to be occurring to the list of items we are iterating through. So this will be a -1 because we're going to the right, and this will just be a 1 because we're going to the left. Now, what should be on this list? This list is going to be used for multiple things. It is going to be used to populate what appears here. So hat, head, what we need to appear here is the items that you can change that are customizable. So for instance, I don't have custom sleeves. You can change the color of the sleeves. So maybe I would want that, but any item that is customizable, we can see a list of those items here. Now, the one thing we need to watch out for with this is the actual right, left arm and right, left shoe. Okay. So when there are two items, that's going to be a bit of a carve out. And that's part of the reason we have done skin. However, before we get to that, before we explore that, let's just get the basic functionality. So what I will be doing is I'm going to be grabbing the names of all of these items. Where am I getting their initial name? Is their title here? Head, ears, hair, and that's what they're listed out as here. So what I will do then is to get the names to populate their selection, it will start with hat and we'll go down from there. That being said, I'm going to move hat up here just for the functional purposes. Okay, so let me go ahead and, ooh, it's fighting me. And we need an array to store the available body parts. So I'm still on character control script because that's where this is going to be used. And I'm going to have a private string array. And what is the string going to be? It's going to be part names, body part names, to be more specific. Body part names. Boom. And now how am I going to get this? Well, on start, right? Once that is occurring, I'm going to go ahead and populate it, like I said, with the items in our actual player script. Thankfully, we have access to that player script, right? So right here is our access. And let's see, this is the UI stuff. So let me organize this a bit. I might just say scene UI and then script variables. I don't know if that makes it more clear, but regardless, and I have access to the player script right here. So I'm going to say that the body part names will be equal to player script dot, and let's take a look at our player script. Change body parts. We do have that. And we have this public list, which is our body parts. So if it's public, we can already access it. So I'll just do player dot and I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. So we declared the array, but the array doesn't have a length. It doesn't know how many spots we need, how many indices we'll need. So I need to do a new, because we have to tell it how long the array is. I'm not using a list, I'm using an array. And to do this, I'm going to do new string, right? Same format. And then what the length is going to be is going to be the player script dot body parts dot length. So how many parts are in there? Those are the parts I need for this array. And now I have a string array, but it's filled with nothing. I just have the correct length on it. And at this point, we should probably use another function, because why have all of this code within our start function? It makes our program less clear. So I'm going to go down here and say, this can be private void. So just void, I guess. And it's not going to be a void though. It's going to be private string get player body part names. And again, this is the idea that I've hit a few times. Self-commenting code. You can use less comments if your program is very easy to read. And that's what I'm attempting to do here. So get player body part names. And it's going to be a string. What's that string going to contain? Well, the string will be a string, the array all names. And that's when I can steal this stuff I already have written right here. I'm going to do just this part of it, X. So now I'm going to have all names. It's going to be equal to Control V, new string, player script, body part length. So now I have a length for the string. And I'm going to loop through. So for each, and what for each will do, it's saying for each item in my array. And what is this an array of? This is an array of body parts, and that's perfect. We need to make sure to understand that back here. So for each what? Well, for each, and once again, it's an array of body part scripts. So I'm going to actually just copy this so I don't mess it all up. So for each body part script, and I'll say part script of what? Whoops, this is C#. We're going to be needing to use in for each body part script in whatever our array is that we're looking at. And what are we looking at? The player script dot body parts. So for each script within this array, what do I need to do? I need to be grabbing the name of the item, the name of the game object. And that's fine because we'll have access to that. So right now, party script is going to be the script that the game object is attached to. So again, this is getting a bit convoluted, but player script, I have all the body parts right here. What are those body parts? Well, if I go over here to player, it's the scripts of the head and all of that that actually contains the information we need access to, that contains this stuff, these sprites that we need. So we're getting to them and we want to know the string. We want to know the label for them because we're going to display that label here on our button as the user goes through to make custom characters. So part script dot, I want to get the game object that's attached to our script. So whatever that game object is, and then I need to get the name. That's really what I'm after. Okay, so now what am I going to do with that? Well, I'm going to say that all names, I need to iterate this. So I'm going to say it's going to not like me doing that, is going to be equal to this. It doesn't know what I is. So up here, let me go ahead and do an integer. And I is equal to 0. And then if I starts at 0, that is great. I'm going to go ahead and do an I++ right here, which means add 1 to I each time. Now, if I do it after it, it will add 1 to I after it is used. If that's complex, which it kind of is, I could also just do it right here. It would do the exact same thing, what we need, and it will populate this array. And then let's go ahead and have that array return all names. So now this all names will be the list of names we need access to. I need to call this function right here, body part names, because that's where we actually need those names to go. And to make sure that's happening, since we have these names, let's make sure we get the button to populate with them, right? Because we want the player to go through the different body parts. We have all the names. So to do that, we have the button as well. Let's use those arrows. We have our on click right here. So when the arrow is clicked, what do we want to have happen? Well, I want the body part names that we now have defined to change up this button's text, body part button. Notice it's a game object. I made this a game object so we can access the child of it. So I want to do body part button. We're going to get the child because the child is going to be the text. So the body part button is a game object. We're going to go ahead and grab the transform of it. We're then going to get the child of it, which we know is the text. The child at index 0 is that one that will be the text. It's technically a game object though, right? Because right here, we're on a button. We're going to get the text of that button. These are all game objects. So let me grab its game object, then let me get its component, and let me get the text component of that. So text. This is a real nice way, time to point out that it's nice to use select and inspect sometimes, maybe even better so to make public variables just to make this stuff more readable, but let's leave it as code. Again, what I am doing with all of that junk, body part button is where? Part select button. I'm saying get that, get the game object I have, get the transformer, which is this thing. It's the positioning. It's what the other game object's attached to. The child button, which is the text get that text component, but of the text component, which this is, it also has a property, this called text. Grab text, and finally I have it. And what am I going to do? Well, I'm going to now set that text component to be equal to our body, I'm going nuts here, body part names, and then num is going to be how we're changing the index. So get component, let me actually make this even more readable. Let me move this to another line. I'm going to need a private integer to keep track of where I am on these body parts. So private int part index, and this will be for the button. I can initialize this with 0, right? But then what I'll do with int num is I'm going to add or subtract from it. So I'm going to do part index plus equals, which means whatever it used to be equal to, add num. And if they right, we're subtracting 1. If they left, we're adding 1. However, what I want to make sure is we don't go negative or we don't go above the maximum length of our string here. So what I'll have it set to is if part index is greater than the body part names dot length. So if it's greater than that, right? If we have gone beyond it and we want to subtract 1 because the length will be 1 greater than the index is allowed to be. If it's greater than that, we're going to have it restart at 0. And to make this more readable, body part index would be set at 0. I'm going to do an if else, but I guess I'll go ahead and use brackets. Else, because now I want to know, okay, but what if part index is less than 0? We don't want it to be less than 0. So if it's less than 0, we're going to say part index is going to be equal to body part names dot length minus 1, which would be the maximum amount. So it would go to the end of the list for now. And finally, once we have performed that check, we know our part index is good to go, and we can go ahead and set the new index to this, and that should populate the button with that name. Whole bunch of stuff going on there, but that's all looking good and it's all populated. Let me go ahead and hit save on all of this. And now that we know we're going to be grabbing those body components, we need to think about when we're going to need to grab multiples. Oh, I forgot putting an if here. Let me throw that in. When are we going to grab multiple items? For instance, legs. Do I really want them to be able to, the user, individually edit a leg? Or do I want the legs to be edited and changed together? I would think similar with the shoes. And thankfully, we've actually already tagged these items, the leg and the foot, to make sure that they are edited and changed together. Even something like the sleeve color, where we are going to have customization of colors, it seems wise or needed to have those sleeve colors be matching. You could allow customization to that extent that wouldn't require this, but I'm going to keep mine consistent. To do that, I'm going to continue to use tags. So I'm going to create a tag for the leg, and then I will be using that tag for the leg I already have. I need a tag for the sleeves, and then I'm going to need to use that tag for skin as well. That way we can keep, again, those components consistent in how they interact and change. The other thing we want to consider is this. Let's go ahead and test this super fast. Let me make sure I got everything up to speed here. Zoop. And so let's take a look at the scene controller, and yep, I need to get these in here. Body part button. Body part button would have been my part select button. And then my arrow buttons, I think are self-explanatory. Left arrow and a right arrow. Excellent. And let's take a look here. What should occur when I click here? And it does. So you see how it's changing? And again, what it's grabbing are the names of items in here. Ears is looking good. Eyebrows, good. Maybe I want to change the font size. Hair, hat, mouth, iris. So it's grabbing the names in here. I might want to consider changing iris to something else. Chest makes sense. Shirt, belt. Now, when it gets to arms, this is where we're going to want to consider using different terms, especially for the coloring of such. So let's go ahead and put in some code that will make sure that if the item has a tag and that tag is shared between multiple items, right? So for instance, the legs, it doesn't go to them individually. If you want it to, you can allow that, but this logical, consistent manner, I think, is a better approach. So I already have the legs tagged up. Let's do the sleeves as well. So I'm just going to create a tag that says arm sleeve, I guess. I could just do sleeve if I wanted. Sure, sleeve, save. And then let's head back to our sleeve. Great. And then I should already have all this labeled skin. which is going to matter for the color. So let's add in some code for that, for accounting for when we're going to want to be editing and changing multiple items at the same time. So we have our everything labeled now. We have the ability to change the animation or the sprite. Let's give them individual control over those sprites. All right, get player body names. Great, we're getting those names. Now we need a way to individually change sprites. And thankfully we have a game plan to some extent right here. So what we'll do is we're going to have the on click for the body part button. And what that will do is once it is clicked on, it will change up that individual body part that it's currently focused on. So first let's do a private void body part change body part clicked. Alrighty. And then we want to give it an on-click listener, just like we have here. I'm just going to do a copy of this. Let me check what we got done there. And so where this is actually getting changed right now is when those arrow keys are clicked. Let's go ahead, though, and establish the text of this button immediately on start. That way, if we change or add components, the button will get updated to reflect the proper text. And to do that, we're just going to do arrow clicked int num. So add or equals. We'll just do arrow clicked. Pretend like it was clicked because it's going to rename it. So I'm just going to do arrow clicked and a 0 here. And that will set up and make sure our button is populated with the correct names because that is output here. And actually, I might even go, since these are on clicks and this is an array, that looks good. On click, on click, on click. Yep. Arrow click, arrow click. And then this left button was what we were originally working on. And that was going to be the body part button. So I'm just going to copy and paste body part button on click listener, not arrow click, but change body part click. Perfect. And our body part button is a game object, remember, because we wanted to get the text to be able to use this. So I'm going to need to do body part button dot. We have the game object. So obviously I can just do a get component. We comment this out to make this slightly easier to read. Dot get component. There we are. And we can grab this button here and boom. And now we can put an on click listener on our friendly button towards this. Okay. Now that button will have an on click listener. And when that button is clicked, this is when we want to be changing that specific body part. Now, how will we know what body part we are referencing? Well, that's a great question. But we will know what body part we're referencing because we are keeping track of that through our, specifically the index. Because remember, the part index is being used just for this body part name array of strings. But the part index corresponds to the game object, to that specific body part that is stored within the player script of body parts. So this part index gives away where they are currently at on the body to make those changes. And we can use it as such. So when they click on this, we know they're looking to change the player's body part. And we have a... we have a decent example how to do this. However, what we're trying to accomplish right now is different. This would be to randomize that body part. And you need to keep in mind that randomization could go forward, backward, and such. If we're just having the player click through possible components, possible sprites, we can actually do that all within the body part script itself. There should be a function that can just deliver the next sprite, update the index internally, and change it out. So let's create that. We have other indexes in case we need to do some external changes to a specific sprite. So this get length and get sprite index is needed and valid. However, let's go ahead and have a public update, or we could use get. No, we're not getting anything return. Update to next sprite because we're not getting anything in return. So I'm just going to do that. It's going to be a void. Nothing's getting returned. Boom, boom. All right. And all this is going to do then is it's going to say index. So we're going to add 1 to the current index, index plus plus, boom. Whoa, yikes, that's not plus plus, plus plus, right? So add 1 to index. If index, and keep in mind, I could have just streamlined this by doing plus plus index. So if I had this here, having pluses in front of it would iterate index first. So if index plus 1 is what that would be right now, is greater than the sprites.length, we would have index equal to 0. And that way we can ensure, I'm going to use the shorthand instead. But again, what happens is the computer will read this first, code runs in order, and it says plus plus index. Oh, I got to iterate index up by 1. If it is greater than the sprite length minus 1, of course, right, then we know that index doesn't exist. I'm going to reset the index to 0, and then I can go ahead and update that sprite by doing sprite dot, oh yeah, all of this. Boom and boom. And we'll leave it with this down direction. We will get into adjusting that so it knows the position of the sprite, whether it will be up, right, left, down at a later point. This is sufficient for now. So update sprite. Awesome. And now we can go ahead and call this here. So change body part index. What do we want to change? Boom, we want to do this, but what are we going to do this on? Well, I have a great example, as I've already set up here. I know it's going to be the player script body part I, except not I, but we can use this. Boom, boom, I dot. It's not going to be I. What it will be is our, where are we? Part index. I know it will be the part index because, again, this is being used just for the body part names. So the body part names, what is that? Well, it's really just a string of, once again, these body parts that our player has access to. So it's a string of all of these names, meaning whatever index this is at, that's the string that's being displayed on our button. And when the user clicks on that button, that would also be the body part that they're hoping to change. So I can use that index part, I put on insert, index, and update to part index dot update to next sprite. And that should change it accordingly. Let me just check. And let's go ahead and test out the functionality of this. Let me head over here. Let me make sure, did I get all these buttons set? I can never remember. It looks like I have them. Part select is there. Yes, left arrow. Okay, make sure you have these set, and then let's go ahead and hit. There we are, and it's going to update to head. The reason it will do that is because that's what I have as my 0 element here, and I asked it to follow this order. So if I don't like that, I can change it. Ears. Okay, let's test this out. Let me click on ears. Boom. Oh, okay. Ooh, looking good. Does it loop? Yep. Can we change others? Yeah. Awesome. Ooh, the hair disappeared maybe. Okay, the hat's working. Mouth. Yep. Iris. And if I want this to say eyes instead, we can talk about how we could adjust that. Chest. Oh, chest I'm not going to see because of the shirt. So that's another thing I might want to change up to have the shirt appear before the chest. Belt. And left arm. So left arm, we should also talk about, there's going to be these special use cases where we should probably have this, when they click on this, have the sleeve default to skin color. So there might only be one actual sprite available, but we could have it change the color depending on click. And by that, I meant sleeve. The arms are only going to have the color option. And then left leg. And this is something else where we might want to add a component to make sure, or we might not. We could have them have two different types of legs, but to make sure these are matching. And left shoe, same idea with the shoes. We can set up some special use cases here. That is awesome. So that's what I want to focus on next, is setting up those special circumstances. In particular, I'm going to use the tags for our leg and for our shoes, and then for the sleeves as well. So again, I added these tags. I just clicked add tag. There they all are. I also have one for skin because I am going to make sure that if, for instance, they change the color of the face's skin, that all of the body's skin changes. We're not quite into colors yet. Let's first do the special use cases for these matching components. So I'll just go ahead and click on player. And the way I'm going to make this work, thoughts. I'll go ahead and specifically say if it is a leg tag or a foot tag, they have to match, just like I did here. And the reason I want to do this is it will, again, make sure those line up. So where can I check to ensure that those are the same? Right when I do this body part click, updates next sprite, I'm going to do it here. So if, and so we have the script here, right? Body player script. If player script dot game object dot tag equals, and I already know leg. Okay, and maybe I want to do it this way just to kind of streamline my process. string part tag equals, boom, right? So now I can do it here, and now I can use this. If part tag equals leg, or what's the other one I want to check for? Part tag equals shoe, or I called it foot, then I'm going to want to make sure these sprites match. And just like I did previously, right here, match sprites. So I'm going to copy that and paste that, and that's going to make sure those sprites components match. The other part of this is making sure that those options only show up once instead of the ability to customize both legs. We could have them show up at separate points if we would like them to be able to customize the color of the legs individually, which I actually like the idea of, so I will leave that component and that aspect available to the player. All right, now that being said, this will keep them in line with each other, at least sprite-wise. The other item I'm going to watch for has to do with color, but let's now take a look at the list names and what was going on there. So for items like iris and left arm, left sleeve, right? It's outputting all of these names, but it's doing so as instructed, just like it appears here. If I want to change that, and of course I certainly could, I would just need to change the script over here, right? So the game object's name is really what this is about. Iris, it's going to be less accurate for my iris to be called eyes, but if I want it to be, it won't be earth-shattering or game-breaking to do so. So I would just go over here and say eyes. And that, if I go back to my player now, will be represented here. Now again, if I want these to appear in a particular order, I just have to arrange them as such. So where I have the hat right now, I'm going to put the head right now, I'm going to put the hair hat. And then I'm going to do hair where the ears are. Because then I want to do after hair, this makes more sense to me to do head. And then once we have that head in place, I guess I will do eyebrows. And then once we have those eyebrows in place, that might be a good place to do this version of my eyes. And maybe I want to make it eyes total or something like that. So I know that's the whole thing. Eyes. And then after I do eyes, I'll do mouth, and then I'm going to go ahead and do my. And so this allows me to customize the order of each component. And then now let's get down. Do I want left arm to appear like this? I do not. So I can go ahead and the left arm, boom, put a space there. Right arm, put a space here. And these will all be represented. Right sleeve, right? Put a space here. And these are all going to be represented in the list itself. Since I don't have multiple hand or arm options other than color, and that color is just going to be the player's skin, I'm actually going to remove those as options entirely. Do I have them? Yes. So left arm doesn't need to be here. Let me go ahead and change up left sleeve. And if you want the customization of the hand, that is up to you, and you could leave it here because you will be able to use the different aspects of color on it. I do not. I'm getting rid of the right arm. I'm getting rid of the left arm because those are just going to be skin color changes, and they can do that within the ability to change the player's face. So left sleeve, right sleeve, and I've now used this already, and I'm just going to move these guys up. So left leg, right leg. I can change this to 16. Left leg, right leg. Left shoe, right shoe. And again, if I want to continue, since I know that whatever's here is how it will appear, boom, right there. I could further customize this by making them lists, making them all change together. I like the ability the player has to do their own thing, though. Customization's part of the fun. So, hat, hair, head, eyebrows, eyes, and notice now it's displaying how I set it to be and in the order I would like. I might do shirt before chest so you could see that it can change. Left leg, left shoe, right shoe I just called right apparently. All right, so let's take a look at this. left leg, right leg. Oh, and then we're going to have the button. Got it. So what's going on there is let me change this up. Left leg, and you can also just do it right here. Boom. Okay. And then for this button, the text is becoming too large and it's not hanging off the edges. So let me click here, and I'm going to actually turn off tourniquet so it will overflow always, but I will take this down a notch to maybe a 36. Let me save all this. Awesome. And that's how we want our text to be. So now we can work on the color. Let me go back into here. For our color component, I really like having options. Again, this is all about customization. So I want to have sliders for the player to choose their color. I also want to have colors in order to, I want to have preferred colors or suggested colors that I can present to the player on a palette that they can then click on to use. Or of course, they can customize and create their own color with a slider. Rather than adding all of that script within here, let's go ahead and break it out to its own thing. It will make this more workable and more readable code. All right, so to do that, let me go zhupa. And this works out well because I'm going to create a panel to display the color options, and we can go ahead and attach the script to the panel itself. So a panel is going to be within our canvas. I'm going to right click on it, UI and panel. Obviously that's huge. Let me go into scene here. No, that is not what we want. So let's fix it. Zhoop. That's perfect, actually. And then let's go ahead. I'm not going to have the buttons part of the panel. I'm going to have them above it and below. 40 and 100 was what I had written. And so hopefully I still like that. I do. Okay, so this is going to be the color panel. Oops, where did I go here? Panel. So I'm going to say color panel controller. Because we're going to, like I said, attach the color script to this. And so color controller script. I'll continue my naming convention of putting script at the end of scripts because when you are starting out, it can get confusing. It still can get confusing. Let's see if I did something right. Assets. And it's named correctly. Gold star for everyone, especially me. Like controller script. I'm just sitting in a room talking to myself. Huh, kind of weird. All right, anyways. Script and color controller. There we are. Let's open this guy up. Something scary. Okay, whatever. Great. Here it is. And this is where all of our content's going to go. I want a string to start us off with skin colors. So I can suggest an aesthetic for my game. My game is going to be somewhat reality based, so I'm not going to provide a lot of default alien skin colors. If they want that, I'll give them the ability to customize them, but I'm going to kind of suggest the style of the game that I want. So hopefully the player will stick with that general aesthetic. To do that though, I need buttons here. So specifically, I'm going to have 16 of them. I'll have 3 lines of 4 buttons each where I can display colors, and then I'll have color customization options right here. So let me go ahead. I'm going to click on this panel because to keep everything neat, I'm going to be adding my buttons to the panel. Create UI button. And there we are. And I know exactly what I want here. I want it to be a perfect square, actually. 60, 60. Let's do no text here. Perfect. And let me just, before I go nuts on this, I want to get these spaced out and take a look. So all I'm doing now is I'm just going to duplicate it, move it over. I'm going to duplicate both of these, move them over. And obviously these are actually not going to be the size I want. So let me increase the size of all of these. Let's see what 8080 looks like. And 7070 it is for me. So I'm going to worry about the positioning of them now before I duplicate them, I guess. So maybe like this. It's great. And then let's go ahead and have all of these have the same Y position, of course, of 140. And again, my Y position is dependent upon my panel placement because I created these buttons by right-clicking on my color panel first. 140 it is. And then let's see how spacing we're going to do. 150, negative 50. So this would be positive 50. And this would be 150. Okay, I'm liking that. So they're going up by 100 each time, which would mean when I duplicate this, let's go ahead and name these though. Color button I'm going to stick with their naming convention here, because then it will auto name. There we are. And let me go whoop, whoop, highlight all of these. I'm going to right click. I'm going to do a duplicate. And I'm just going to drop them 100 on the Y value. So that would just be 40 for me. And perfect. And it can get a little bit messy at points if you duplicate these. I could explain why, but I'm just going to go back now and duplicate my original and drop it by 200. So I can leave this and actually just do negative 200. And I know it will be perfectly, exactly how I want it. And here are my color buttons. Let's see. And now I'm thinking I do not want it exactly. No, I could push this stuff down. This will work great. So this is where I'm going to display the color options that I prefer. And then down here is where I will have the color sliders, along with a display color to show their chosen color. I'm going to take a look at my panel again. I am going to, like I just said, stretch this a bit because I want more room for my sliders. And you'll notice this is all moving. That is expected. Don't freak out. All right. And 90 is actually great. Let me just move the random button down a bit. Okay. And then I'm going to move all of my color buttons. Try moving up 10. That is great, because then I can put my color bars right here. I'm going to go ahead and, actually I don't want that to be a button. I'm going to have a display area, so I guess another panel will do to show what color they have used. UI, panel, color choice, or display color choice, boom. And let's see, where are we? It's right there, of course. So let me do this way down, ja. Very bitty-ish, because I'm going to put it here, kind of in the general vicinity of where my sliders will be going. I just want it to be a bit bigger than the buttons to make it clear this isn't a button. Yeah, I like that. And I don't want this to be transparent whatsoever. So there we are. And just for test purposes, we'll set it to blue or something like this. Now, what's going next to this will be our sliders to allow for color customization if so desired. And I'm kidding. I'm going to pack in these colors a bit more. We're going to scoot them over by 10. I'm going to speed through this next part. You can make your numbers identical to mine, but you don't have to. So I'll let you see what I'm doing, but again, make it how you think looks right. That's 100% what I should do. And we're getting there. Just about done-ish, kind of. All right, this is looking good. Hopefully I sped through a lot of that setup. I want to just take a quick look at the numbers to make sure that, well, you can see them. I also kind of want to even them out and nuts like this, but I like them even. Top, maybe 305. And again, the goal with this one is that it will be larger than these because this is going to be showing the actual color. And I didn't want it completely square just to kind of distinguish it. I'll leave it like this. All right. And then for the placement of these, I did add them again to this color panel controller. So their numbers will be a bit different. But I started at negative 160 for X, 155 for Y. And then I separated them by 80 on the X. And then it looks like 75. Nope. 80 on the, yep, 80 on the Y. So that's how I space them out. But again, you'd have to right click on the control panel, create, otherwise they will have different numbers. Now let's get into color sliders for the customization. I'm still going to be doing this on our control panel here. And so I'm going to go ahead and right click and do a UI slider. And I'm going to do red slider because it's going to be a red slider. And then let's get this placed and sized and we'll duplicate it for ease. So there's going to be 255 different color options. 256 actually counting 0. Let's see how that looks. That looks very large. I don't know if I like that. -90. What's this at? Oh, that's not gonna. Okay. Slider. -90. I'll. -95 it is. Great. And then this, like I've said, will be the red one. Let me go ahead and right click and do a duplicate. And then let's try moving this down. 50 is probably not sufficient. So I'm going to subtract 100 and see where that puts us. That's way too much. That might work. No, I definitely want it to be that 50. So we might have to finagle these around in a second. Red, green. Duplicate that. And this is, of course, going to be the blue. Oh, whoops, -145. I'm just pushing it down 50. And again, that's going to go off. So I'll have to fix this in a second. Blue slider. Great. All right, now let me grab all 3 of these, and I'm going to make some adjustments. I want them maybe more like this. And then let's go ahead and get... I'm going to zoom in some here. We can get it really aesthetically kind of more pleasing by lining it up here. Like that. Okay. Yes, this is looking good. And then for my red, green, and blue slider, let's go ahead and get them colored appropriately. So red, it's going to be shockingly red. And when we start, we can actually set the values as well. So the max value will be 255. The min value will be 0. Oops. Right here, 255. The min value will be 0. I'm going to start it at 1 because 0, 0, 0 is black. 0, 0, 0 is actually black. So I'll probably randomize this, but I'm going to start at 1, and I do want whole numbers. Now for the color, I'm going to start with a lighter red because as they move this down, the amount of red pigment or pixels intensifies. Even though 0 is black, I want a lighter red to start. Of course, you can do this however you want. And the way I'll be controlling this is the fill area as they drag will be darker. We could also do the inverse of this, since over here it would usually be lighter. Up to you. I might actually do that. I like this red though. I'm going to grab that. So I'll have the initial bar be darker and then the fill area get lighter as it goes. And then with this pattern set up, I can go ahead and do the same for these two. Max, we want 255 and whole number. And the background, I'm not going to do a pure green because it's intense. Right? So you can if you want. 00FF00 is completely green. That is way too green for me, so I think they'll get the point. If I go a bit more minty. And then I will again have the fill area fill with a lighter green. Sure, maybe something like this. And you can see these hexes, but it's kind of what you want or what you feel looks good. 255, whole number. And again, I might start this at 1. I'll probably randomize these, so I left that one at 0, which is fine. Background color will be red, green, blue, 0, 0, red, green, blue. There we are. And that's pretty intense too, so I might a bit. This is not my greatest idea. Sure. And then the fill area will be a bit lighter. Great. Red, green, and blue. Now what I want to have happen is once they have moved one of these, I want the color to be represented here. And if they click on one of these will be the colors that I present to them more as suggestions. That will be the chosen color. So say they move this and that would then adjust the chosen color here to suddenly be whatever is represented on these 3 bars. But the second they click on one of my recommendations, that will override this. And to get this color back, they would need to move one of these. The handles you can also have line up or match up with the color that the bars are being displayed, that the slider is being displayed. That being said, let's go ahead and get a color selection script going. Here, the panel controller. Did I already make this script? I did. Aha, great. So first off, I will be using another struct to implement the sliders. It's just a cleaner way to get the job done, honestly. So let me go ahead and I want this serializable. I'll need to add there we are. And so for this to work, maybe it will tell you. If it doesn't, I will. Yeah, you just need to have system up here. Did not do it? Okay, I'll do it. Boom, boom, boom. Complete with sound effects. Not that, but that, but that, but that. Okay, so now that should take care of this. And great. And what's going to be in here, it's just going to allow easy access to the slider itself. And then we can use the image fill, because we're going to want to, oh, do I need UI? I need UI. So I'm just going to copy that to use image because it's the UI. Perfect. And then I'm going to do image fill because we'll be making changes to this, possibly. And then also the handle, public image handle. So what I'll do is I'll probably be adjusting the fill of one of the sides and then the handle as it is moved. If not, that's available to us. And then the public float to represent RGB color. Great. Okay, that's all good to go. Now I also am going to want to control those panels that I'm going to, well, those buttons that I'm going to go ahead and put some default colors in that I think go with my game's aesthetic. So I'll do a public button array, and I'm going to call this color buttons. And then up here for this struct, I'm going to need a public color control red. Boom. And I'm just going to copy this because now I'm going to do green and blue. So a struct for each of our sliders. Perfect. Let me save all this. Okay. And like I said, this will be used to grab those buttons. Now, I'll be honest, I cheated a little bit. I wanted to hard code my particular color palette that my suggestions were. If they want to customize, of course they can. But I have colors that I like. And so I want to have that hard coded in here for hair. And honestly, I might use this palette for skin. I cheated a bit in that I already have it copied. So I'm just going to paste it. These are the colors here, though. They're all hex codes. And it's what I thought was appropriate for my game for skin. All right. That all being said, do I want to randomize? I think I'm going to randomize the slider's value at start just to give it some variety. However, I don't think I'll use that color. But that way, when the player clicks on it, their color isn't always all black once it implements the slider if they haven't moved it much. So it will always be kind of moved around, but not actually displayed. Whoops, I'm doing some redundancy. Yeah, let's start back here. And then I'm going to cast this as a float because we're going to need a float for this. But in actuality, I'm only going to be using integers. I'm going to do Unity Engine because we have system on this and it will get confused if I don't. Let me make sure as well. If you have here, for instance, I added Unity Engine. So when you have system, it will sometimes demand that you do this. So just pay attention to where random is used. You might have to go and be explicit. It will ask you if you want to use system or Unity Engine. Unity Engine random is my strong preference. All right, random range. And then 0 to 255, because again, that's the possibilities for our color value. What is going on? Oh, what happened there? There we are. This should be a slider. I guess I didn't have UI implemented, so I didn't notice it. And sliders absolutely have this value component. So I'm going to, again, be lazy, but really what we need is to copy this, paste, and now it can be blue, red. Oh, no, now it can be green. It's sad that I have to say that out loud every time. And blue. And there we are. We can randomize the start of each, and then we can go ahead and use some functions. We'll use some methods to set the color for all of those. And I really think the best approach for doing that is honestly to have separate methods. And remember, when I don't write private, a function would be private. And this is, I'm having separate methods just because it's more clear. This will just be red.rgb equals red.slider.value. Boom. So we're setting the red's color to whatever values within the red slider value. And we already made that adjustment. Then red.fill.color. is going to be equal to and new color 32. Now you have to use byte for this because we're converting the color into a Unity usable format. So we need to cast red.rgb, which keep in mind red.rgb is a float. We're going to cast that as a byte data type. And then I'm going to set this to 0 and 0 because red would always have the value of 0 and 0 for green and blue. And then once again, I'm going to need to cast this as a byte because it's a int 255. Boom. Okay, so what is this doing? I'm grabbing that fill area that I had set earlier, and I'm actually going to have it update live with the color that they are on. So if it was only red, what would that color be displayed as? And wherever the handle is, that's what will be appearing. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to have a separate method for I want to get the color of all of these combined because I'm going to have the handle be the color of all the 3 customized colors combined. And so I'll have another method for that. Honestly, again, it's going to be for clarity and ease and readability of the code, but update handle color. And actually, no, I'm going to say get, because get combined color, get custom color. There we go. Because it's going to combine the 3, and all this will be doing is color 32. It will just be more explicit with it in its own method. Equals new color 32, and then good. I'm going to do that. And now I need to go ahead and once again cast byte. Red RGB, comma, and I'm going to be doing this again for blue and for green and blue. I always do this out of order. Okay, let me get to that. Let's make sure. What am I missing here? I lost one of those guys. And I need the transparency, or the opacity, and I want to set the opacity to 255 flat. I don't need that. That's redundant because it's actually right here. Okay, so there we are. That is that color, and I'm just going to return it. So I guess I technically don't have to say color, new color. I can do return, and it just kind of streamlines so it's more readable, return. And so I'm going to do color 32. Oh, and of course we can't have void. It's actually returning a variable. I could do private so it looks nicer or something. All right, and that's just going to spit out that color. So I want to grab this now and go back to red. And I'm going to also update the handle. So red.handle.color is going to be equal to get custom color. Boom. Perfect. And now the handle will represent all of the 3 colors combined, and the actual fill bar will represent exclusively the color that red is at the moment. I'm going to copy this, though, because it's shockingly similar to what we're going to need for green and blue. Control-C, Control-V is our friend. And honestly, you might be thinking you could really just abstract this and have one method. I could, but that would sacrifice readability and approachability of this, which I really do want it to be. If something is complicated just for complicated's sake, even when we're talking about abstraction, it's really not necessary at this point. All right, there we are. So that is going to be everything except this guy. So green should be in the middle. So 0, comma, red, green, blue. There we are. And then blue should be at the end, right before the opacity. Opacity being how clear it is, how see-through it is, how transparent. Awesome. All right. So now we have all that firing away. The one thing we don't have here is the ability to update that color area, that color box. So I'm going to say that will be it will be a public. Let's just grab the image of it and call it color display or selection display, color display, color choice display, choice color display. I'll say choice display, maybe choice color. Okay, I'm going to be long enough that it's clear. And then if that's the color choice, obviously. So as this is adjusted, get custom color, it's then going to output that new color and the fill will be it. However, also right here, we could go ahead and update the color display. So instead of returning it immediately, I can do color display dot. Nope, I'm going to separate this out because we'll also be using it for the default colors that I have. Good idea. Okay. And we'll do another. This might not need to be public, but let's do it for now. Update color, or update choice, color choice selection. And once again, I'll say self-commenting code. That might be a ridiculously long name, but it's clear on what it's doing, and I'm not going to put a comment on it. So, and then let's go ahead and have this so we can use it for other things, like if they pick my default colors. Let's pass a parameter, which will be that actual new color. And then we want to go ahead and do color display.color. Color, oh yeah, that's what I named it. Good thing I knew that. And set that equal to this new color. And keep in mind, if this is the color choice of theirs, we're also going to want to go ahead and update the body, which I need to make a variable for body part dot change check. You know, we're getting ahead of ourselves, so I'm going to pause right here. Again, I'm commenting this out because we will have to adjust the character's color, but let's see what we have thus far. So we have a structure for containing the sliders, their fill and handle image, and then the color that they currently are in a float format. We then create them, and we'll have to define them in the inspect. We then have an array of buttons, which will be my color button choices. And then I actually have this string hard-coded of the colors, at least for hair and possibly for skin color. And this is going to be where the player has the color of their choice displayed. On start, we go ahead and make random, get random values for our sliders and assign them. And then we should be, this is only changing the value in this struct itself here. So then we should be calling red change, green change, so on and so forth underneath. Otherwise, that color change won't actually happen. Okay. And we go through that. We set that customize, and this should be able to respond to new colors. Let me go ahead and save everything here. Save, save, save. And with that saved a billion times, let's navigate back here. And we want to start defining all of those public variables. Here we are. Image. I'm going to hide this just so we can see this better. So I'll hide that transform as well. And okay, first off, red, and this is our sliders. So let me go down here. Here's my red slider. Zoop. And perfect. And then the fill. Now that first fill was the literal fill, right? Because I wasn't going to change the background fill. And then I wanted access to the handle itself. I actually have to click here. I think I just lost this. I'm going to lock this. Okay. And then I need to click on the handle and drop. And I'm going to do the same thing for green. Now blue. Great. And my color buttons. And that's all of these. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm holding shift to select all of these. I'm just going to drop them here. That should be populated. Yes. And then I'll shrink that so we can worry about the other stuff. I'm going to shrink some of these. And then choice color display. That would be what I call display color choice, apparently. And drop that there. So now that these are all set, let's go ahead and get on with the testing. So play. And so it is randomizing these placements. And notice the color being displayed here. It should be a combination of these three. It looks like there's something a bit off there. Notice this blue. This blue color should be the actual blue that would be displayed for this value. So it should change colors slightly as we interact with it. And the nice thing about here, I can click on the fill. And let me unlock. Let me click on the fill. And so we can see this color. I can even click and see these numbers. And now, is it adjusting? So it looks like it's only adjusting on start and not on update. Okay, well, I bet I know why we didn't add that yet. Or on click. Let's go ahead and take a look back at the script. Perfect. So it does randomize on start, and that would be the expectation. We didn't add an on change listener. So that's pretty straightforward. I want red.slider.on value changed. Exactly. I want to add a listener here, and then I want to delegate the action performed to my method. What method? Well, obviously, that would be the red change method. And then let me go ahead, boom, get this all closed out correctly. Looks more complicated than it is. And now I'm going to copy because, again, colors are going to be similar. Paste and paste. And this is going to say green. And this is going to say blue. And then this will be green. And this will be blue. There we are. And so now they should automatically be changing upon interaction. So that looks good there. Let's also have our colors be auto-populated at first, those buttons, now that we have access to them. Let's put in some code that will make that. Now, I want this to be a method on its own because, again, I'm going to have hard-coded some different color palettes, for instance, for clothing and things of that nature, some recommended color palettes. So I'm going to want to be able to loop through and change the buttons more than once. This can be a private, though, void change button colors. Or change button, no buttons, because it's going to be all of them. And I'm just going to take in a string for the colors because that's how I copied them. I use hex codes. Okay, there we are. And then I'm going to have an outside indexing variable I. I'm going to use a for each button btn in colors. What did I call this? Oh, color button. Okay, that makes sense. Color buttons. So for each item in that array, so each button in that array, what am I going to want to do? I'm going to use this color utility and then try parse HTML string. And that's how we're going to reference hex with Unity. And so it's going to attempt to parse this into a color that I guess it understands. And let's see. I'm going to pass my hair hex as colors, right? So now I can use this parameter here, colors. And then I already know each of these is going to be long enough because I know how many buttons there are. So I can go ahead and index because I know the array will be long enough. I'm going to put a plus plus after. And what this is doing is it iterates I, but only after it's evaluated. So I will be 0 the first time, but once it grabs color 0 and goes through this and hits the end of the line, it iterates I, which will be fine because then when it loops back around, we want I to be up by 1. So that's the difference between a plus plus after an I or before or any variable. And here we want to update that button image.color equals color. Boom. Perfect. This is looking great. And that should let us loop through the colors that I hard coded for at least the hair, which will be the initial color palette I'm going to provide. So let me go ahead and do that here. I'm going to call that method here. And then wet color palette, like I've said, I created this hex hair colors. And I will, again, have some for clothing as well that I'll put in here in a sec. It's looking good. And now remember the handles weren't cooperating entirely. Let me just double check. Get custom color, return new, red.rgb, green.rgb, add RGB equals. So each time I grab this, I see, we want to update all of the handles to be identical. So when we are moving the customize, yes, we're going to do a private. I don't need to return anything because I'm going to have this update all of the handles and customize the color because this function is only going to be used by the custom sliders. So instead of that, let's do a private void, and I'm going to do update handle and color display. Update handle and color display, yes. And now I can do let's just do a color 32 like we had. Infinitely creative. I'll do a new color is equal to. Now I'll have this variable assigned to that, which is great because I'm going to need to use it more than once because I'm going to assign each time the color is changed on any of the sliders. I'm going to update the handle of all of the sliders to be displaying the current color, meaning all of the red, green, and blue elements, whereas the slider itself, that fill element, that is what I'm going to be adjusting to represent the actual color that is only represented on a single slider. For instance, if the red slider is at 100, it will display in the fill area what that would look like, red of 100 RGB value, well, R value. All right, and we need to update, so that will update our handles, and now update color choice selection right here with that new color, because if they're using the customization sliders, we need that to be displayed as well. Great. Get custom color is no longer going to function. That would be correct. We can go ahead and just do zoop, boop, and just call this function in each of these. And again, I could have probably had a single method for red, green, blue change. I like it being broken out. It's more readable. Okay, now for understanding the body part and which body part we are currently on. This actually won't be that difficult because we have the wonderful character scene or CH scene controller that knows what body part we are on. It has the part index right here. So let's just make a public, do we have one that will return? Okay, so we just need a public that will return the part index. Public get body part index. Boom. And that's what we need to know because we need to know which body part it is on because that's what we'll be making the adjustment for color. We could also, let me see here, we could also return the body part itself. That's just the names though. We have some options. Let's go ahead and return the body part script because that's what this is and we have access to it. So I'm going to go ahead and actually return this. And that will be the script of the current index that's being displayed, the current body part that's being displayed. And that's really what we need to adjust the color. So body part, player return, body part. And so now we're going to return a script. Body part script is what's happening there. Perfect. Now we need something within each body part to adjust that color. So let me head over here to the body part script. Actually, next sprite, get length. Great. Now we're going to need something like I just stated to change the color. So public void update sprite color. And then this will be game object.get component sprite render dot sprite. Oh, I'm lying. Dot color. We have the sprite renderer. We need the color, and then we're going to set it to update sprite color. So we'll be passing it here. New color and boom, new color and boom. Save that out. So now we have access to this. Through this, we can return the actual script of the body part that we're currently on, and then our on color script. Once that change is made, once the selection is made, every time we update choice selection, I'm going to actually do a mass replace because it's just going to be update. No update choices selection. That will also update the character itself though. So I've actually got it right here. Let me do a public body part script, get body part index. I'll get that index and then I'm actually going to decomplicate this slightly. Why not just have the scene controller directly change the color since we already have the script here? So body part script, get body part index. Let's just change this to change current part color. And then this itself can call the body part script, which is update sprite color. And that way we don't have to ping pong around quite as much. Update sprite color. And then of course I'm going to need to do a color 32 here as a parameter, new color. And then I'm going to pass this right here. Boom. And this is what's going to actually be reaching out to update that color. There needs not to be a return here. So I can get rid of this. Boom. And honestly, no, that can be public. However, I still need access to the scene controller script in the color controller. So I'm just going to go way up here and maybe right here, I'll plop it down. Actually, I might even do it up here. Just get access to that scene controller script or char scene, whatever disaster that is. Char scene script, I am calling this. And let me make that public. Okay, so now I'll have access to that and I can say, grab that script and do this. And that doesn't exist because now we're just going to have it do the update. Nope, not that. What did I name it? Change current part color. So it gets a bit cumbersome, and by a bit, I mean it gets cumbersome, but it really does allow for that flexibility and customization that users want nowadays. Honestly, they expect it. Let me save all this. I'm going to close that, and let me shrink this down. Let's grab this guy, and let's make sure to define everything we need to. And let's see. Display. Color, okay, that's good. Color buttons we already had. Red, I need this char scene script. I can just grab the object itself to fill that in. Down there. That will take care of that. That's good. All right, let's give this a try. And good, it automatically changed the hat. That's the first item on the list. And it's not responding, but is it doing this? Yes. So all of this is working. All we have to do now is implement the script to make these buttons ready to rock. But you can see it is ready to go with what we have. Oh, this is going to be entertaining. Ooh, 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 ooh. And we also are going to make it so sure that all of the skin can stay the same color. Of course, you don't have to if you don't want. Oh, I'm loving this. Awesome. So let's get these buttons working. This is terrifying. I'm closing some of this. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and get those buttons up and going. Let me save all that. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me go here. Let me make sure I save all this as well. Thankfully, with the customized color working, it's actually going to be super straightforward to go ahead and make those individual buttons work as well. So here's our string. We have each of these buttons getting color added to them. And all the buttons are going to do is actually have a short little script that is on click, and they're just going to let us know what color they are. Yep, that's it. So how we can do that is, let's go ahead and head to any of those buttons. Canvas. Of course. And then I'm going to just shrink this down so you can see what I'm doing here. And I'm going to call this component color button script to be as straightforward as possible. Go to assets, get this all organized before I forget and never do it. Boom. Color button script. Perfect. Let's open this guy up. All right. And so all we need here is an on-click listener that will return. So thankfully, we don't need to reference it because we're already on the button object, because whatever this is on is going to be, well, a button. But okay. So that being said, let's go ahead and do, well, I mean, okay, I'm going to shorthand this for clarity. We can just do, I need to add UI, of course. Dot UI up here. Dot, that's definitely not a dot. Dot UI, thank you, computer. And now I can just do, I'm going to do button btn, and it's going to be equal to get component. Since we're already on the game object, I don't have to reference that. And button. Whoop. All right. And then btn dot on click. Oh, add listener. Yep. And then next sprite. Next sprite will make sense for a color button. Add listener. Yeah, I could put put. I'll put output. Nope, I'm going to put change color. And thankfully, since all of these buttons are going to be, the color buttons are going to be contained within this screen, I'm actually going to go refer to the color control script, but I'm going to do the game object. So, well, I'm going to just call it scene controller. And I cannot use this as a public thing, right? Because if you're going to have these all on different objects, you would have to go through and set them and inspect. But I'm just going to use find instead. So within start, I'm going to right here say scene controller is going to be equal to game object dot find. And then I know what I named it. I named it ch scene controller, I believe. Let's double check. Yep. And that way I can grab the game object there. And doing so, I can pass to it the color. Oh, actually, I want to grab the color control script. Well, that's fine too, because it's the color panel controller. So okay, so now I'm grabbing this color panel controller. Let me copy this and change over this variable. And now keep in mind, this isn't the script itself. So now I'm going to do down here, not on update, but change color, because when it's clicked, I'm going to call change color. And then I can do the color controller dot get component. What component do I want? Well, I want it script. So that's the color controller script here. All right, and then I'm going to do yikes. Then I'm going to do parentheses. Once I have that script, I can finally get access to the, what did I call it? Change color? Update. Color choice selection. And now I can go ahead and put in the color of this current component. This is getting ridiculously long and I hate that. So let's go ahead. I'm just going to go ahead and do a, I'll do a separate one for this. No, I won't. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to have a variable just within this for our color controller script. I'm just going to say CUR for current, and I'll set it equal to what's getting returned right here, get component color controller script. Oh, and then I need to fix this. So now I can do cur.update color selection. Boom, boom, boom. And change color. And then what will that color be? It's going to be whatever color this current button is. And so to do that, I'm just going to say game object dot get component image dot color. This is all looking good. Oh, yikes, except I'm falling asleep on the job here, of course. We need parentheses, and then we're pointing it at our actual method. So that was a long-winded way of saying, all right, we need to grab the color controller, that panel, and then once I get that panel or that game object, what is attached to it is this color control script. So I do that in start because this script for the button is going to be attached to a whole bunch of buttons, and I don't want to drag it from the inspect and define it and inspect for all of those buttons. So I'm just using a find. Now I'm declaring I don't really need to do this, honestly. Get component button. It's kind of unnecessary, especially with how long some of my other lines are. I'll just go about it this way. Oh, is it gonna? That's why I did it. Never mind. Not thinking here. I need to get the button fully deleted. Jeez. Okay, there we are. And so now that we're going to get this button. We're going to add the on-click listener to do change color. What's this do? But we create this color script variable just for brevity, even though it's kind of long. I use the current component game object to get this component. I then use that to get this component. This component is actually the script. I use that script. I call this method. And then what I pass into this method for a color is the current button's get component image color. Whew, that was fun. All right, let's hit save and try it out. Let me shrink this down. Boom. And boom. Big money, big money. Oh, I didn't attach it to any of them. Oh, the first one works. Minor details. Okay, let's get this. I'm going to hold shift all the way to here. Can't leave it all over our friends. Color, button, and a drop, and a play. And notice how it changes here and here. And then as I go through, I can also have this change as well. So I can give it the player or the user different color palettes depending on where they are within the customization process themselves. We can't see the chest, it's behind the shirt. Pretty cool. Awesome. Well, this is going well. Let me, I don't think I changed anything here, but I get nervous about not saving every 9 seconds. All right, let me pull this back up. That's looking great. Let's save all this. And now with that laid out, I'm going to go ahead and add the color palettes I have picked out for other items, right? So this was the hair color palette I had. And I'll be honest, I have cheated through the magic of television, computers, and I've gotten a big old list here. But I just copied and pasted. Maybe I should show you. Right click, East, boom. And here are my preferred colors. With that in place, right? So I have my skin colors, my hair color, and then these are default colors that I just liked if I did some Googling. I spent way too much time on it, but trust me, they're there. With that in place, I want to make sure that the options for colors, the reason I have a default palette is it's kind of the suggested tone of my game, if you will, right? I want to keep it consistent with my vision of the game. Of course, they have the flexibility to use those customizable color sliders if they want to make their own, but these were the colors I liked for the aesthetic that I was going for. All right, so with these in place, they never get used yet. Let's go ahead and take a look where we could do that. So we have our change button colors here. And we're going to need to add to this. So we're looping through each button, right? And setting up as so. For each, actually, this looks good. We can make use of this. You know where we will have this be implemented. So let's see where I'm going to copy this and do a Control F. Where am I calling this right now? Up here, I call it right when we start. But why don't also within Scene Controller, I call it? Because inside of Scene Controller, remember, I know what word is being displayed. I know what body part they are currently on. And depending upon that body part, I want to use a specialized palette. So all I need is to use a get. Since these are private, making them public will be problematic. It will be more of a headache than it's worth. We're just going to make some get statements. So let me just copy one of these. I'm going to do a public string get, and then whatever I just copied, get hex default colors. And all I am doing here is return hex default colors. Boom. Okay. So there's that one. Get. And this time, let's say hex hair color, sure. And I'm just going to copy this and quapam. And now I need to do skin colors. Oh, it's getting, oh, no, it was there. There we are, hex skin colors. And this. And these are a public because now I can return it to our scene controller. Let me save all that. Head over to the scene controller. Now, where do I want to use this within my scene controller? Well, first of all, actually, let me make sure, so this is private. This is going to need to be public because I want to make use of it over here in the scene controller. Now, where would I want to check if it's time to change the color options? Well, when they are making a actual change. So if they're on a new body part, that's where I need to know, oh, wait, where are you? Okay, we should be updating these colors. So right here with arrow clicked, we should do something to check on the color palette. Rather than putting all of the code within this itself, I'm going to do a new method. And this method will be void update color palette options. Should I say update check color options? Check color options, maybe. Okay. Joop, 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 joop. And now what I need to do is I want to be checking where we are and comparing that tag. So I know immediately that the index I will be out, I already have access to. Because remember, we use this index here, the part index. So I know what I'm checking for. So let me go ahead and check the part we're on. So if player script dot body parts, because that's the actual array of parts, right, in our inspect, dot, one sec here. Just to be clear, and I know I've said this before, but that body part, well, player body parts is this. Okay. So if player script body parts, did I just call it index? What did I call it? Oh, part index. Part index, if player script body part index dot compare tag, and I have a skin tag, at least I should, I can double check that, is equal to skin, then we're going to want to set it to the skin palette. And then we're going to need an else if this whole thing, right? So, and maybe I just want to pass this as a string. Nah, we can do it all within here. I think it's more clear, honestly. Okay, I'm going to just copy that, paste, and now instead of skin, I also want to do it for hair because we have eyebrows and the hair on their head. And if you want to add facial hair or something like that, it's handy. And then else, I'm going to use those default colors. And so I need to code for that. All right, now what do I want to do if this is it? I want to go ahead and grab that color controller. Now, I don't believe I have access to our color controller yet. Random button, no. So let's go ahead and write a public for that. Public, I'm just going to go with the script. Color controller script, color script. I'll shorthand this as, that's fine. Copy this guy, and let's go back down here. And so if the is skin color controller script, and then we want to do change button colors, which we had just made, and then what to what color? Well, color script dot get, and then what do I need to get? Skin. So get skin colors. Boom. So we go grab those skin colors, we get them returned, and we hand them to that function itself. Boom. And I want to do this again, except instead of skin colors, get hair. And then I'm going to do this the third time down here for default. And that way we can update the colors as needed. Boom. Perfect. Now we are able to have those colors get changed depending on the body part we're at. We just need to make sure to call this, and I'm going to call it right there. Awesome. So that will be good to go. I'm going to say button. It's really good to be as clear as possible. Like I keep saying, self-commenting code. You don't need as many comments or any if your code is well documented just by construction. All right, that is great. Let me go ahead and save. And now, since I am going to eventually have the hat be first, let's go up here, and I set it at hair colors, but now we have the option for default, and I'm going to have the hat be the default, so quapow. Cool. Save all this. What I want to focus on next is actually going to be the sleeve. It sounds like a small thing, but when we do have this all working, the sleeve will appear even when the player doesn't even technically have one. For instance, let's go ahead and choop. Okay, so here we are. Maybe I can random it. So right here, without sleeves, right? And it would be the same for the look with abs right there. You just saw it. It would be without sleeves, most likely. So I want to provide an option. I'm just going to do an easy little toggle thing right here for there to be no sleeves. And then with script, I want to make sure there aren't sleeves when it's either this look or the look with abs. So pretty straightforward. First, let's go ahead and add our toggle. So in the color control panel, I'm going to right click UI and shockingly toggle. Let me go ahead and there it is. Move this guy and something like this probably. And let's call it the sleeve toggle. And let me go ahead and change the text. Sleeves. Okay. And 16. I want it to overflow. Bold, darken it up some. Let me look at it in the game. It's looking all right. Something right here, maybe. I could actually even put it up here. Maybe I should do that. Because it's not really a main feature. Like this. Oh, I'm actually probably going to like this a lot, I think. We'll leave it here for now. So sleeves, wherever that is. Yep, -135. That's fine. And then the functionality of it will be pretty straightforward, honestly. Let me go ahead with that set up and the toggle. That's all good. Yes. Okay, let's go back to our script real quick. And what we're going to do is in our controller here, I'm just going to add we'll do it here, public toggle, and then I'll just say sleeves toggle. I'm boring. Boom. And then let's do an on change for this. Except keep in mind it will be an on value change. So let me see. Change body part. Let's do it here. And I'm going to go ahead and do sleeves toggle dot on value changed. Yep, that's exactly what we need. And then we're going to add listener. And then what we're going to do, this is a bit different, is because we want to delegate the method that we're about to use. So delegate. And then we can do a curly bracket. And what's the method? I haven't made it yet, but it's going to be called toggle sleeves clicked. And then we're going to actually pass it a variable. That variable, though, or the toggle itself is toggle sleeves is what's going to be passed. Because there's a nice property that we can check on toggle sleeves. Okay, now let me grab the name of this method, and we need to make this method. Public void, whatever that was, toggle sleeves. And now remember, we passed it a toggle, so toggle change, I'll call this. And what I'm going to be doing is adjusting the sleeves. So the second they click that sleeves toggle, I just want the sleeves to become the same color as the person's skin, like they have turned off the sleeves. So how I will do that, let me just see if I have body check. Arms, do I have sleeves set up? I do. So these tags is what I'm going to use. So game object sleeves equals game object dot find. Oops, find objects with tag. Perfect. And then the tag, like I just said, was sleeve. Capital S. Yes. Okay. And then what do I want to do with that? Oops, I put these brackets in the wrong spot. Well, once I find that, they just made a change. So I'm going to do a new color. So color, new color. And I'm either going to match the color of the shirt or the color of the face, because that would be the skin. So first I'll say my new color is going to be equal to game object dot find head dot get component sprite render. Yep. Dot color. So that will be the skin color. So first I'm going to do that. And then if change dot is on, so that I'm checking the activity of the toggle. Well, if it is on, I'm going to actually negate this. So if it's on, we would show the sleeves. So I'm putting an exclamation point here, or actually I could say here, let's just do it this way, shirt. So right now it's equal to the shirt. If it is, nope, right now it's equal to the head. So that'd be the skin color. However, if it's on, we want to show it the shirt color. So instead of all of this, I'm going to go copy, paste, and I want it to see the shirt. So if it is on, then we don't want the color to be skin. We want it to be the shirt. And now finally, we can go ahead and say, yikes, sleeves 0 dot get component. Yep. Sprite render dot color equals new color, and it will either be the shirt or the skin color, whichever one's appropriate for the circumstance. I'm going to do that one more time with the second sleeve, or sleeve at index 1. Okay, so when that toggle's clicked, kapow, we will disable the sleeves. The second part of that is making sure that the sleeves go off when the body part is a abs or the woman's chest. So we need change body part. So if it's this, right, if it's leg or foot, now I'm going to also do another if. So else if game object dot, oh, no, wait, I don't need to do it like that. I know the tag. Perfect. So I'm going to give the shirt its own tag now. Add. Boom. Tags are handy. Shirt. There we are. So let me go back to my shirt. Tag shirt. Cool. So if part, else if part tag equals shirt, well then we know that we want to check where they are at, because if it's at the abs or the woman's chest, we need the arms to be disabled. So if it is shirt, I'm going to go ahead and say, okay, player script dot body parts part index, because that's the part I'm at right now, right? The tag I'm looking at is really just this player script game object tag. Oops, wait a minute. So the current player script I'm on, player script dot we need to get the index, get sprite index, right? So player script body part, what body part am I at? I'm at part index dot get, so which sprite specifically? Get sprite index. Get sprite index. So if this is, let's go to the shirt. So 5, so 1, 2, 0, index 0, 1, and 2 have the items that I would want sleeves on. So indexes 3 and 4 do not. So what I will say is if So if this is greater than 2, because that would be 3 or 4, what do I want it to do? And then we want it to toggle sleeves off. So actually, I'm going to have something called now private void hide sleeves. And this won't have a parameter because what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to take all of this code, copy and paste. And instead of all of this, I'm going to say bool shirt on. I'm going to copy this, paste it there. And I need game object, so I missed that. Great. And so instead of all of this now, quacha, I can just call hide sleeves and pass it change dot is on, because that's really if shirt is on or not. And shirt on is great for a Boolean. And now I can use hide sleeves up here. Boom. And then if it is greater than 2, this would be false. So we would want to hide the sleeves. Else, this would be true. So we would want to show the sleeves. There. And now we'll have it update when we need the sleeves to come into view. So, actually, wait a minute. So the player script tag, we need to grab that. This is going to grab, notice we want the body part. I'm going to copy this. This is going to grab the tag for the whole player object, whereas I want this individual body part. That should fix that. That will give us the right tag now. And then hide sleeves false. You know what? Wait a minute. So if this is true, the shirt will show. So instead of calling this hide sleeves and setting this to be true, it's going to show the sleeves. So why don't we say show sleeves? Because that would make more sense, because then if you pass the Boolean of true, the sleeves show. If you pass it false, the sleeves don't. So I'm going to go ahead and make that change real quick. And let's see. Boom. All right. So what we're going to want to do next, since all of this is good to go, I'm just going to keep messing around with it. What we're going to want to do next is look into more customization, of course. There's a few things I noticed while doing the test. First, when the sleeves are turned off, I want to make sure the button, the selection for them also goes off. So random sprite, we have this all set up, good to go. Get component, body sprite index, show sleeves false. If show sleeves is set to false, let me go ahead and go to this show sleeves function that we created, which is here. And let's make sure that if show sleeves is false, that the box is not checked for it. So what I'll do for that is, let me see. We have our toggle, which we have access to up here, right? Yep, sleeves toggle. So what I'm going to do is just go down here. And since I automatically set the sleeves toggle, the color to be that of the skin of the head right here, since I'm automatically going to do that. So to make sure that toggle is correctly selected, even when randomizing the sleeves, right? Even when having the objects be randomized, we want the toggle, if there's no sleeves, to reflect that. I'm just going to add right here. We already have our toggle all named and it will be accessible. So, that's handy. Sleeves toggle, is on to be equal to true here. This way, if I am making changes using just the random feature, or for somehow our toggle got out of whack, if shirt is on, I make sure that toggle is checked. And then I'm just going to do an else right here and have sleeves toggle dot is on equals false. I could do this above here, but doing so will actually mess up with the selection of the toggle and fire other events because that toggle has been changed. So I'm just going to do the else right here, and that should take care of it. Perfect. All right. Now, I enjoyed the random button, but I want to tweak it a bit to also be able to do colors. So let me go up to our right here, random player sprites. Okay. And I have show sleeves here already. Now, what I'll also do for that is for colors. I need to pay attention to what colors I'll be using. For instance, for skin, I only want to randomize the color for skin to match all of those other items. And then for things like sleeves or legs, I might want to consider having them be the same color. So let me go ahead and script some of this out. Let's see. I'm going to do a void randomize part color. And then let's use the tag for this. So body parts, I'm going to say this is going to be a string and part tag. Perfect. So if part tag equals skin. And let's actually, before we even dive into my if here, create a variable to store the color string. And what that will be is a string hex colors. And I'm just going to have this be undeclared right now, which we'll be grumpy about, but we'll have it be defined by our if. And, you know, this actually might be a good contender for a switch statement because we're just going to check for a few things. So yeah, we'll actually use a switch for this. So switch part tag, boom. And then our first case will be sync. Skin is what I was attempting to do there. And I can go ahead and get rid of this. And what do I want to do if the case is skin? Well, I would want hex colors to be equal to the color control script dot hex dot get hex. Oh, did I call this color script, I think? There it is, color script dot get hex skin colors. Perfect. And so that will be equal to that. And then I can go ahead and do a break here. Bam. And then let me now do case. What else could it be equal to? It could be equal to, the other item is hair that I have. So if it's equal to hair, what am I going to want to do? Boom. And I'm going to want to do hex colors, color script dot get hex color hair colors. Boom. And then a break. And then for default, I'll do my default colors. And then break is just good form here. There we are. And so that will be our switch. And now we can make use of our colors. It's probably going to be grumpy since we didn't define it till here. So actually, let me just do my default will be break, and I'll leave it as this. That will work. Okay, because then it will definitely have these colors. Now let's do a random, because we're going to randomly get a color from that. So color is going to be equal to hex colors. And then what index do we want? We want unity engine dot random dot range 0 to hex colors dot length. Boom and boom. And oh, that's going to be a string. So I need to do string str color. Great. There we go. So that's going to be a color string. Remember, we have converted it over here already once. And so we can just grab that. Oh, right here. Color parse. So I'm going to do a right click and a copy here. Head back over here and right click and paste. And let's see. Instead, I want to do string color is the one I'm going to be converting, which is the color at that random index we just grabbed from our hex colors list, which is either going to be the skin or the hair or the yada, yada, yada. And finally, what do we want to do with that? Well, we want to go ahead and set it to be that body part's color. Now, there's a few caveats here. If it is skin, I want to make sure all of the skin is the same color here. And like I just said, if it is legs, I also want to make sure that the legs are the same color. So let's see here. And so obviously we are already doing this for change current color. The only thing we would want to do here is make sure that we adjust the part index before running it, which is completely doable. So here in our randomizer, just to make sure that our part index is returned to its original, I'm going to do int original part index equals part index. And then as I am, it's not where I need it. I'm going to grab, I'm going to cut, I'm going to put it up here. So I want to make sure to grab the original part index and save it because I'm going to make some changes as I go through randomization, but want to put it back to where it was so the player doesn't get confused that it like suddenly updates. All right, and now as I loop through all the parts and change their body part, I'm going to say original part index. I'm going to go ahead and do, let's do part index is going to be equal to I. And then at the end of this, I'm going to restore part index equals original part index. And the reason I'm doing that is now I can use this change color function or method. What I'm also going to do though is I want to make so I already said that you can have your arms and legs be different colors, and that provides the player some versatility there. I'm actually going to limit it, I think, right here to make those be the same color. Totally up to you if you want the option for them to be different. I'm going to go ahead now and limit that so that they must be the same. How I will do that is if, boom, right here, I'm going to get the tag regardless. So I'm going to say copy. If tag string, we'll do part tag again, actually, is equal to that. So I'm grabbing the tag, great. And now I can say if part tag equals skin, or part tag equals leg, or I can do boots or shoes, I mean. Actually, I think it was foot tag equals foot. And you can see what I'm doing here. I'm making these all match now. Or part tag equals sleeve. So if it is any of these, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that those colors are the same. And so instead of doing game object, I'm going to say all parts, or maybe part list. And now I don't have to search for skin. I can search for part tag, right? And now for game object part in all parts, I can go ahead and change up those colors. So if it's any of those items, I can now make sure that their colors match accordingly. And I'm doing that using our original method here. And then if it's a part that doesn't have a match, doesn't have a pair, I can go ahead and set it independently. So now I'm going to use this change current part color way back up here in my randomizer. Randomize color. So that's going to parse my color here. And then I can do change current color. And I can do it to be the color that is output by this. Now, where do I want to run this whole thing? Well, right up here, right after this, randomize part color. And then I need to put the part tag in there, which I can do so, again, using this dot tag. Need that. Okay, this is looking good. Sleeves might throw in a bit of a wrinkle, but I think we got it so far. Let me hit save. Awesome. Let's go ahead and test this all out. Boom. And now we should have some color randomization along with our sleeves responding correctly. Zoop. Run. Hopefully. Boom. And we can still, of course, customize the color of this. I can change up my hat. Sure, a headband for this guy, and then my hair maybe. Yep. I also have a bunch of hair options. Ooh, I threw in a bun option too. Head. Sure. Now let's go to ears, chest, and then actually let's do shirt. And I might actually now hide that chest option. It's not needed since we can control the skin color another way. But let's do shirt and make sure. Yep. Shirtless for those two, and then sleeves. Okay. And then this should still function though. So if I did want sleeves off on another look, and let's randomize. And the colors kind of make sense now, and they're matching how I need them to. Ooh. This is so much fun. Super cool. And notice the sleeves go back on. Super duper cool. Okay, so what I want to do though is, like I just said, the player doesn't need access to that chest thing anymore because we can change the skin other ways. So let me see. Chest is 7 here. Gosh, I wish there was a way I could just move all these up. So what I'm going to do now is just, well, do what I just said. So I'm going to say shirt will go here now. Belts needs to go there. And all I'm doing is moving everything up 1. I won't make you sit through this. All I'm doing is I'm going to change body parts array size to 15, and I'm getting rid of chest, and I'm moving everything up by 1 because we control skin color already. There we are. So that will get rid of that. This is awesome. Let me go ahead and save all of this. And let's take a look at our code. Zoop and zoop. Whoa, and zoop. And with our color component fully customizable and integrated, actually, what we'll need to do next, or what I want to do next, is animation. So it's great they can customize the components of our character and the color of their character, but without the animation component, it seems all kind of bland. The user doesn't get that much interaction with their new character, their new player. So let's dive into that. Actually, I'll do the scripting part of this next. Let's get the UI portion of it set up, the animation part of the animator. All right, so we need an animator. I'm going to go ahead and, for organizational purposes, right click, create a new folder. I'm going to call this animation. Some like to do an animator and then a animation folder, yada yada yada. I'm not. So that was a cool story, I know. I'm going to right click now and do create animate controller, and I'll call this player. Or you might, if you're going to have multiple characters and things of this nature, hero 1 animator. That could help clarify it. And where I'll attach this is the player component itself, which was originally, remember, an empty object. Animate hero 1 animator, boom. So that's set to go. Now we're all done. Just kidding. Now we need to create animations. Let me open up a few windows here. Animation, animator. Boom, good. And then let's go window, animation, animation. Perfect. And I'm going to drop this guy. Oh, maybe I am. Yeah, we'll do it just right here for now. And now I need to go about, well, making my animations. So with player selected, because otherwise this will give me trouble, right? With player selected, I'm going to go ahead and do create. And I'm in assets, I'm in animation. This is going to be my walking forward or walking towards the screen. I'll use the arrow keys to describe that animation clearly because it can get confusing. So I'll say down key walk, or maybe I should leave a walk down key. Okay. And animation, yep, that's great. Here we are. Excellent. So let's go ahead and I'll add other ones like idle and such as we go. But how this is going to work. So we have our character, obviously. We want to control many different components of our character through this one animator. So what we'll be doing is adding a property and then transform, head, body, legs. Okay, so what's going to be important for walk down, we can control each aspect of the player through the objects that are children of this player object. So for the head transform, honestly, as the player walks forward, I'm just going to change the head position. We'll just have their head bob up and down a bit. I'm just going to click boop, and there we go. Now the body portion, the whole body will be moving up and down. So I will go ahead and do the position of that. But then individually, I'm going to want for the forward walk, I am going to want the arms to be able to rotate. So let me add a property and then head area, body. And we have arms. And, yes. So we do want the arms, the sleeve and the arm component together to be able to control them. It will get frustrating having to do these as two separate pieces, and it makes sense anyways. So let me go into body here, and I have arms. So I'm just going to create another right click, create an empty, and I'll call this, since I already have left arm, I'm going to say arm left. Not a 6. Not as clear as it could be, but I know what it is. You know what it is. We know what it is. And put it up here. And then I'll do another empty. Shockingly, I'm going to call it arm right. Boom and boom. And let me grab these and drop. Boom. There we are. So now these are going to be easier for us to grab down here. Head area. And we might have to make adjustments now. Oh, arms are not attached to the head, shockingly. Arm left, and now we can control them as a single unit. Left arm rotation, right arm rotation. So there we are. And now what else? Well, we're going to need for walking, shockingly, we'll need the legs. So I think the legs, though, as well. Let's check here. Yeah, we want to go ahead and separate the legs out with empties, too. So I have a left leg, right leg. So I'm going to do the same naming convention here. And I hit F2 to rename. It's a shortcut, by the way, but you can also just click over here. Leg left. And obviously I should switch these components because we don't need the right leg to be under the left leg. There we are. Okay, because we're going to want the shoes and the leg to move together now. And for the leg, we're going to want both position and rotation because both are going to be changed to them. So is active. I can just pick one of these. For instance, I'll just pick position. And we'll go ahead and edit rotation, and it's going to add it for us so we can be lazy about it. Awesome. Okay. So here we are, and we have nothing. True. Now we get to start animating our character. Let's go ahead and make sure. I'm going to click Animator, and we can see this is going to be the default action of my character. Okay, that looks good. And I know when the character hits the middle of my animation, which I will leave at 30, so right now it's a second. It's 60 milliseconds, though. Keep that in mind. At the center of it, though, I'm going to want a lot of these items set to default. So I'm going to right away move towards, let's hit record. Let's go here. And I guess I didn't exactly need to hit record, but we're just going to go ahead and add keyframes. And that way the character is positioned in a standard way right there down the middle. So the only thing that will be maybe not standard is how we make the character pop up and down. So for the entire body, I was thinking, let's see. Yeah, I was thinking we'd put it down just a bit. So right here, body position. And we can use these keys as well. I'm going to go ahead. Didn't want it a full, let me see what this is. Negative 0.067 maybe? And so you can see, yeah, that's perfect. Negative 0.067. So I'm just doing a little bit, but I do want it to have, well, some movement. And then the head itself, I was going to move the head a little bit as well. Head position. And I could do the same amount. I could do less. Depending on what I'm feeling, I'll do negative 0.07. Dangerous. And we can already see that little bit of a bob go up and down. Perfect. Okay. We are well on our way. And now let's go ahead and do the arms on their own. So my left arm here, going to go midway between. So when a leg goes out, you want the opposite arm to go in while that arm goes out as well. So to give us this effect, we're going to be doing a slight rotation with the arm. So right now, let's see. The left arm, and again, we're going to have the arm rotate. As a leg goes forward, that arm would stick out a bit. And then the leg that is in back of the person, that arm will go in a bit for our animation, at least. And let's take a look here at what rotation. So I'm at 15. I want to do the left arm. Let's see. Yeah, that's a lot. I'm thinking maybe really small, but I just want it to duck inwards a bit. And then the right leg will, so if it's ducking inwards here, we're going to have it go out over here. So at 45 will be the turn for the leg. And you'll see what I mean momentarily. Right now it might be a bit of faith. And that way, yep, that arm will be a bit further out. Okay, and then now we're going to do the reverse for the right. So now it's not going to be negative for the right, it will be 2.5. Because at this point, the right leg will be most forward. We're going to change the scale of the back leg. And then over here, we need the right to be negative 3. Just a little bit ducked in. Okay, and now we can do these legs. So really what we need is rotation of, this is fine. Apparently I have position, but that will be just fine. The leg, left leg first. The rotation is going to start at at 15 milliseconds. I'm going to have a rotation of a -1. Just a little bit out, you can see, for this left leg. And then it goes back to 0 by mid. Well, it needs to. So we're going to go here. Go ahead and make sure we establish that for it. And then we're not actually even going to use position. I'll get rid of that. Back to rotation then, because now what we're going to do is mess with scale. And so both the X and Y is going to be 0.85 at this point. The reason for this is, well, you can see it shrinks and it's going to look like it's going back and forth. And then once again, we're going to need to go ahead and normalize this to 1 by midpoint. There we are. And for the right leg, let's go ahead and do the same. Boop. Oh, did I lose my red leg? Ooh, I did. That's fine. Let me go ahead and remove this, add back the right. Do rotation first. Okay, great. And then I'll go ahead for this and get this guy midpoint added. And then for the right leg, the portion of the movement is going to be happening on this side over here at 45. And what I'll do is 0.85, 0.85, and then we're going to have a rotation of 1. Great. And so let me just go now over to this scale and make sure we set at the center here a scale of 0, 0. Oh, 1, 1. We cut off his leg. Whoops. Let's see what this looks like. I love it. And so we can slow it down some. So as this leg goes back, really what it's supposed to look like is this leg's going forward. That's why the hand is increasingly out. Joop, 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 joop. Love it. And so that's going to be our basic forward movement for our walking animation. Awesome. Great. So with that done, we can move on to the left, right, and idle. Some of these animations could possibly be reused. Honestly, for simplicity's sake, it's easier to have them as separate entities. Since idle is honestly the easier one, I'm going to add it next. And how I'm going to do that is I'm just going to duplicate this guy. So asset and, oh, is it an edit? Yep. Or Control D, of course. And I duplicated it. And I'm going to look, this is down 1 here. So that is the duplicate. So I'm going to hit F2 to rename. And I'm going to shockingly call idle, idle. Okay. For idle, all I need is left, right arm, and then the player's body. So I'm not going to need legs at all. So I'm just going to hold Shift, highlight these, and hit Remove. Great. And then let's make sure, where's my player here, that we get this, because if you look, it's not going to be here automatically. So I want to make sure that this idle is dragged into the animator section here. And idle will be the default. So I'm going to go ahead and right click and set as default layer. Cool. All right. See? Player. Make sure you have player selected. And now click on idle, because now you'll be editing the idle of the actual player. And all of these are good. Really what we want to edit here is we're going to turn this down a notch. So it's like maybe a 2 there. And I was going to do a -2. You can see I'm just kind of pushing them in a bit. And let's go over to 45 milliseconds. And then here I was going to do maybe a -2. And then a 2. So really the arms are just going up and down at the same point. And then for actually that might work as is. With these ready to go, it gets a bit more complicated because we do want to do the right and left walking animations. And obviously our character is still facing forward at this point. So let me go ahead though and let me see here. Walk down. We're going to need to move a lot of these same components for this animation. So I am going to go ahead and Control D, which is duplicate walk down. And this is 1. So this is our new one, F2. And I'm going to say left. Oh. Walk left key. Perfect. Like we did last time, let me go ahead and walk left key over into that. And I need to clear out, these won't be necessary. So I'm just going to highlight them all and hit the delete key. Highlight all of these. You could also right click and delete keys. That's great too. And then let me make sure we have a baseline set up here of 0. Any of these not 0? Let's check it out. Oh, let's make sure we're on the player's version of this. Shoot. I knew I was doing something. Okay, now walk left. Yeah, that transferred. Great. Okay, so obviously the body, we need to 0 out still. We can leave it now. I'm gonna walk left. Yeah. So let's just make sure everything is, I know at the start everything's 0, so I'm gonna go ahead and highlight, hit the delete key, highlight, hit the delete key. And now let me go ahead and say set. Oh, and I'm going to do select all, Control A. Now I'm going to do set here, and then I'm going to go to 60, and boom, and boom. All right, and there should be no movement. Yes, that's what we want. Okay, with that done, now we're going to be doing, as I've stated, left and right movement. It's going to be similar, other than that the character currently obviously is facing directly at us. Now, to adjust this, I will change temporarily some of these components for our character. Mostly the legs and the arm are what we need. And actually, because of the complexity of this, I have written down some of these numbers, and I'm going to use what I wrote down, because what I did is I would run it while testing. So let me go ahead and put in my numbers and show you what I mean. So my left arm I had at -20, and keep in mind the left arm will disappear the right arm will be disappearing when we walk, because it will be walking in one direction, and the directional animations will be side animation, the side sprites will be, the left sprite will be displayed. And if you look at the right arm sprite, blank frame, because when it's facing the left, it doesn't need to be present at all. Okay, so that being said, my left arm is present though, and I'm going to go ahead and hit record here. And here at this 15 mark, I'm going to want the rotation for this to be -20. Right? So the first step forward, yep. And then 0 is great. And then at 45 for my left arm, I'll have it be the opposite direction, 20. There we are. And I know it looks really strange here, but what it will come out as is going to be here. We can actually, let me stop recording this. Let's go ahead and default to so player body part script for testing this. Let's see. So when this all runs, our body part defaults on update sprite to be the down animation. I'm going to go ahead and instead of have this be down, I'm going to have it be left. And then I'm also going to default though on start. And so we don't even have a start function here. So I'm just going to type in start and great. And then I'm going to go ahead and select all of this. And I'm going to go copy, right click up here and paste. Let me make sure that's going to, yeah, that should do it. And that way, when we hit run, immediately the character should be facing left. Let's go ahead and test this. I'm sure I missed something. Okay, so it looks like we have a few issues. I need to check on this leg animation, and this hair isn't totally fitting. So let's see. Now let me actually double check with, okay. So we do have this. We have left here and here. That's going to be perfect. Yes, the sprites are where we should be. Okay, so let's go ahead then and check on those sprites. With so many components, it gets a bit hairy. Right leg, that looks good. So to be able to view this, I want to see what the legs are actually going to look like. So I'm going to temporarily change what is up here. So when our player turns to the left, why would that be on right leg? It's because one of them is going to be blank. Let's see here. So if a player is facing this way, we're on left leg right now. It should be left leg here. And then let's see right leg. Right leg, leg, back, pocket. So that is strange. Let's make sure. Left, right? And then, oh, let me go ahead. I mean, obviously when they turn, I don't know what was happening here. Now, if they have pockets and they're facing this way, we wouldn't be able to see the pockets on this front leg, right? Because they're facing this way. So we would have that one be plain as well. And I'm just reusing these items. I could even, honestly, I'm going to copy this because I think it'd be easier. Be path. Here, let me duplicate it. Leg 1, and I'm just going to go cut. Whatever. Cut, and then go down here to left. Legs, and I'm going to have this be, so when they're facing left, it would be left, front, plain, but it's also going to be when they're in pocket mode, right? And so the only time it won't be that is when they have stripes. They would both remain striped legs. So I could also add those here, but since they're the same, I'm going to leave it. Let's go back here though. So left, yep. And now that I have this one, just to kind of help clarify what I mean here, Pockets, they won't be able to see. We should leave these as the striped legs, except they should both be this left one. And those are in the front because it doesn't matter that I'm reusing them because they're just stripes. Even if the person turns, they would have stripes in the same spot. So right leg would make sense. And if I want to keep up what I just did, I would duplicate. This one will have those pockets. And then this should be striped because stripes would look the same either way. Be better. And then, okay, let's see something. Oh, okay, so now the legs are at least not magicking away. The hair is a bit large for this shape. Let's see here. So I just want to make sure that I have the right head left. Yeah, and then hat. Yep, and then hair. I see hair left. So I did have a simplified version of hair. This will probably be the only one you see. It's a bit smaller, so it can fit in the hat. Yeah, so now that will fit clearly within. Awesome. Okay, well that's going well now. So now that we have that straightened out, let's get to the animation again. Player, left down, left. Okay. Okay, and then with that straightened out, so we have our arms, good. Well, we have one of them. Let's do the right arm rotation. Oh, right, which we won't even need. So this isn't even going to be animated because the right arm is not visible. So I'm just going to go ahead and hit delete on that guy. Goodbye. Head position. I'm going to leave all that, just going down a bit. Let's take a look at the legs. That's really what's going to matter. So the left leg, rotation-wise, let me hit record here. I had, what's that? Oh, right, that's, haha. So it's weird because we're not seeing the correct animations, but I've written them down, so I'm just going to go with it. And keep in mind, they're going to be, again, facing to the left. So rotation, 6, and then the position is going to be changing. Rotation, so I won't need scale, but I'm going to need position here. So let me actually go here and go ahead and mess with position. We're going to start the leg back a bit. -0 for at 15 seconds. At 30 seconds, I'm going to just have this adjust. Or at 30 milliseconds, the position is actually going to be at 30 milliseconds. Oh, that should be 0, and this should be 0.2. .65, and then finally, we would have the leg return back to its original position, which was -0.2. Great. And I won't need scale for either of these. Now this is going to be moved forward. Let's see if I flipped these. Could set this as the default. So I definitely did. All right, let's go. Yeah, they should be more inward is what I was looking for. That's correct. There we are. And now the right leg. So that should be negative here, and then at 30 seconds, it's going to be negative, yep. And then at 1 minute, it will be negative. So that's all good, okay. And then the rotation and the other movement. So I have the right leg going back first, so it's actually 6, I believe, yes. And then the positioning of it at this point. At 30 is 0. Okay, and then at 45, rotation is 13. And then its position should be this is looking better. A little bit of a hiccup here. So our rotation, that's good, and that's our rotation here. Ah. Compare then. Okay, so it looks like this leg is getting extended out. Ah, and that's because I love it. And now let's just make sure everything goes back to normal. So that would be 0, and this would be negative 0.2 at this point. It's looking good. Let me hit boop, and let's see what it actually... Perfect. And we have our sideways animation. Awesome. Great. So for the walking right arrow key, obviously it will be similar. We are going to do a separate animation. Just flipping the sprites gets frustrating, honestly. So I'm just going to click on this, right click, and I'm just going to hit Control D. You just want to duplicate it. And then this is 1. So I'm going to hit F2 to rename and call this right key. Awesome. All right. Now keep in mind for the testing of right key, we can actually... No, we can leave it as left, but let's go ahead and have it flip the sprite so we can see what it's going to look like. Let's go into here then. So now to be able to test out the rightward animation, all I'm going to do is flip the sprite renderer, which is fairly easy. I'm just going to copy this line, right click, and copy, Control V, paste, however you get it done, and then flip X equals true. And this will just flip the actual sprites themselves. Boop and boop. Now with that done, what's nice about animating is you can control an animation while you are in pause. So let me go to animator real quick and drop in our right, and let me set this to default. Great, and scene. Okay, so here's our player, and it's going to be nearly the same for the right, but not. So if that's set to default, let me show you. And notice how far off our legs go. So let me go ahead and pause this, and we can fix that actually relatively quickly. Let me head towards the right, and I'm in pause mode, but that's fine, because as long as I hit record, let's check this out. So I'm going to hide these to know what I'm focusing on because it gets confusing. And so this is going to be a negative here because we need to move that back. And that being said, I want a negative there. And we want a negative at the end. And if that's done, we're going to go ahead and again. Now here at the 15 millisecond mark, had the wrong leg there. At the 15 millisecond mark, we're going to need that to be like this. And then we're going to have to mix this up. So this should be negative to get it into the right spot. And then this should also be negative. Perfect. Okay, so that will be good. Now let me head. That still looks great. And then at the 45 millisecond mark, we will need this to be negative. And then we're going to need negative 0.02. Let's do. And then a -6 for a rotation, so that leg will be going backwards. Now at this point, that's all looking good. Let's take a look at this guy. Position and rotation. Right leg, so I don't need this. That property. I was just using it. Okay, and then let's go to here. Same deal. We're going to need to switch this from a negative to a positive this time, though. There we are. And then let's take a look. Right here's good. Let's go to the 15 millisecond mark. And we know, we can go ahead and hide the left leg. We know here that we need this to go backwards. So -8. And then for the actual leg, whoops, 0.35. And that should do it. And then let's go ahead and move this forward. 45 seconds, great. And then this time, it should be up here. And kapow. That should do it. Let's take a look. Oh, and let's get rid of this property, delete, because they should both be visible. Okay, so we're not quite there. Let's see what's going on right here. They return to their position. Oh yeah, this looks great. So now I can go ahead and stop recording, and let's hit run. Perfect. And we will notice, right key, we still have the correct positioning for this. I'm going to switch now back to idle, or animate, and not make transition, set default layer. Looks like I got some of my legs a little bit off here. Where was that at? Grab one of these guys. This is going to happen while you're positioning, 0. Great. And now, we have our animation set. Yay! So with that set, I'm actually going to now droop and Well, I'm going to make sure to save all that like a million times over. Let me get rid of this because we're not going to need this now. That was just for our testing of that animation. I'm going to go ahead and hit save. Now with that, we actually should go ahead and set this all to down now, since we want to start our character default as facing towards the camera. Down, down. We need that to be down as well. Okay, that looks good. What we'll need shortly is a button now for them to hit submit, because we have them creating their character, but if we can't load it into a game, and yes, we're at that point, what is the reason for to even have it? So to do this, it's going to end up going in scene controller, and maybe I'll actually get the script here. Since I know what it's going to be a submit button. I'm going to copy my random button here, highlight that, Control C, Control V, and I'm just going to call it submit. I guess I can follow the static, BTN, right? And then what this is going to do is just load the next scene, which we don't have yet, but we can go ahead and get the function here. And it is a longer title, but it's nice because then it's kind of self-commenting code. Submit clicked, load next scene. To do this, there's of course the standard route, and it's going to be scene manager, and I'm going to need to load something in here in a second. Load scene. And we'll have to, of course, make our scene as well, but that's all in due time. Scene manager, .get active. Guess it would have been easier if I loaded this in before, but like this. It's grumpy with us. Yes, it doesn't exist. Yes, add it. That's exactly what we need. And there we are. So that's looking good. Let's make sure I have an on-click listener that's going to run that. We also want something that will make sure that the player that they create doesn't just disappear on them. So here's the random on-click listener. Just going to copy that guy, steal it, go ahead and copy this, submit button, on-click, and then what is it going to be? That big long thing. Perfect. All right, let's save all this. And then let's also, I can save that in a sec. Let's also make sure that we prevent the player from being saved over. And so we want to retain it upon the scene changing. So, so here I am in my start, and just at the start, we want to make sure that we have a destroy on load, because we don't want, well, the character to be destroyed on load. And what will that be? That will just be game object of the character. I'm not sure we make use of this if sprite blah, blah, blah index, but it could be useful at another point. So we'll leave that. Or if you extend this project. So that will prevent our player from being, from the object that they customized from being destroyed. All right, let's go back here and get a button for that submit. And what I'm going to want to do here is our random button. Let me get on. I'm going to go ahead and duplicate it since it's ready to go. Let's actually, though, if we're going to squeeze in two buttons here, I think I'll change up this. That looks like 30, 35. Decisions. I'm going to go with 32 here, and then the size of this, can we do a 150? That seems more appropriate, and so then I will go down to 30, I guess. All right, this is looking pretty good. Zoop, and maybe something like this, and then I'm going to go ahead and right-click and duplicate the entire button. Drag it up here, move this over some, and this will be my submit button. This text. Oops, I always do that. See how that looks? Yeah, maybe move it a bit closer. Okay, and then in the game manager or the scene manager, character scene manager, whatever I called this, you need to go ahead and drag over my submit. Perfect. And now we're going to also need a new scene, of course. So let me make sure to save all this. Save. Because what I'm about to do is head over to scenes. And honestly, I'm just going to duplicate this by Control D, because it's going to have the canvas and things like that I want. Which one is it? It's this one that's named 1. So I'm going to now rename this level. I put 0 in front of it because that way it alphabetizes. Yes, reload 0, 1. And then now a lot of this stuff I'm not going to need, but for instance, the player is going to be loaded in. So I'm just clicking delete on that guy. Scene controller I won't need. So what is that? Oh, yeah, none of that. Part selection screen I won't need. Random button I won't need. Submit I won't need. So actually, I'm going to keep this canvas because we can have some UI stuff if needed, but I'm going to go ahead and select everything and hit delete. But it's good to have a HUD canvas regardless. I'll change the background so we know it's our level. See, I think I have some other backgrounds in here. Perfect. So let's see, background. And I'll give this one a shot. Sure. I will use this background, and then that's all looking good. Let me hit save on this. And then let me go ahead and do File, Build Settings. We want to go ahead and add our new scene, add open scene, close that out. And then let me, once again, save all that and return to my other scene. Now, our character is going to be destroyed on load, which is a problem. We have prevented that from happening. We also are going to need to resize our character on load. So let's head back into here now, and we'll just have something that scales our character. So this will be pretty straightforward. It's going to be a public void change player scale, and then this will be a float, new scale. And all it's going to do though is to change the scale, we're going to do the transform dot local scale, and then it's going to be set equal to a new vector 3, and then it will be the new scale, comma 0, because we don't need to worry about z. Let me save all this, and since this is public, we can go ahead and use change vector scale, and then way down here, right here, submit load scene, scene manager, load next scene, and then what we can also do is change scale, or whoops. Right here, we have the player script, so perfect. Player script dot change scale, and I'm going to have my character scale be sliced down by to just 0.3. Whatever is going to make sense for the world that you will be building, obviously that's what you're going to want to have. Let me save all this, and droop, and droop, and droop. Let's go. Play. And I'm going to definitely randomize. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go with this, and I'll hit submit. And there we are. I am in my fun little new world. So the last thing I want to do is movement real quick. All right, so for the movement, let's go ahead and boop, and head back to player. So we're going to have some keyboard movement. Now, the way I want to do this is I'm going to use an update function, some booleans, and then the fixed update for the actual motion, so it has a nice smooth appearance. So movement. I guess I can clarify that this will be false to start. I'm just going to copy this and be lazy about it and hit Control V, paste, paste, paste. Is right, is left. Up is down. And then what I'll do is have this get updated each time, all of these, inside of update, which I didn't add apparently. There we are, inside here. And what they'll be updated with though, is grabbing the input. So and so these are right arrow, and the arrow keys are automatically within Unity's projects already. They're put in for us, which is super handy. And of course, you could use the settings to add different characters if you would like. There we are. Now I'm going to go ahead and I guess just use this at first. That way I can just change the end of it. The middle is up, arrow, and down. Good. Okay. And so what this will do, update runs constantly as fast as possible. And it will grab and check these booleans. If those arrow keys are pressed, those will be left for true. And the reason we want this is for animation of character, because we need to know what direction they're facing to be setting the correct animation. Now for the actual player movement, that's going to be done. And then what we're going to want here then is, oh, first I think I need to declare move speed's going to equal, I don't know, 5 for now. And then we could set this equal to something, but it's not really necessary. And down here we can define those. And I'm going to do get access raw, and horizontal is going to be defined as the input from the left and right arrow keys. This is another thing that Unity just has out of the box. If you want to add to the input keys like I mentioned above, you can change those within Unity itself. Now, what would be horizontal? Vertical, of course. Great. Now this doesn't do anything yet. So let's go ahead and do I need to grab the rigid body, which I have not done yet. Actually, do I even have a rigid body? Rigid body 2D. Perfect. That's what I need. Okay. Now, with that, I can go ahead and do up here and need to grab that rigid body. So rigid body 2D, RB, and then I can define it right here on start. RB is going to be equal to, don't need to do it on update, it won't be changing. Get the rigid body 2D, just going to define it as RB. That's pretty standard practice, honestly. RB.move position, and then what am I going to move it to? RB.position. So it's current position plus, and I'm just going to declare a new vector 2 in here, and what's going to go into our new vector will be the horizontal and comma vertical numbers here. And then I'm going to go ahead and multiply that by my move speed variable. And then we need to use time to make sure that, depending on how many times have passed, that the character doesn't jump around the screen, but actually moves around the screen in an appropriate fashion if it's taken a little bit for something to occur. Horizontal, vertical, sure. If we want to clean this up, decisions, we could always do something like this, vector2 movement, and then I could do movement.x, movement.y, and now since this is a vector2, I can go ahead and get rid of this creation one and do. So that's looking great. And now fixed update for the animations, like I stated, because we want the animations to happen in a more subtle fashion. So let's go ahead and do a fixed update. Yep, it should pop up. And then I'll go ahead and have I'm not going to use a switch. I'm going to use an if. So if is right pressed. And then what am I going to want to do? Well, I'm going to want to play that animation. So to do that, actually, I'm going to need access to not to the animator. We'll already have access. Let's just use play animation. And then I'm going to have to put the appropriate title of my animation here. So let me double check on that. What were they? Yeah, walk down, walk left key, great. So for right, walk right key, and then so on and so forth. We're going to need to add this method, of course. So this can be private. I don't think anything's going to be calling on this. Play animation, and then all we're passing is the string name of the animation. So string next animation, sure. And then so we're going to grab the animator. Do I want to do that every time? Doesn't matter. Yeah, that's fine. So get component, animator. Okay, and then what am I going to do? I'm going to do get current animator state info. Perfect, long but effective. And then I need to do a dot is name next animation. And so I'm just checking if the current animation is the one that we're going to play, because we don't want to restart it. If for some reason they're hitting that key again and that animation's already ongoing, there's no reason to restart that animation. But if it is not that, so if it's a different animation taking place, animator.play next animation. And obviously I've decided we should have this apparently, so which is fine because now we can use lowercase, and instead of doing get component animator, which is a bit nice here, just these guys. Oh, maybe we can have our whole if on one line. There we are. Okay, this looks good. And awesome. So let's keep going then here with this. And now on some of these, I'm just copying and pasting this because it's very close each time. And then I'm going to copy and paste. So is left pressed, copy up, copy down. Okay. And then down. And then walk, right animation, walk. Left animation, walk. We don't even have a walk up animation at the moment. So I'm just going to leave that because that's going to entail hiding some items from the screen. It will be the same as the down animation. But it's going to hide a few of the characters' items, like you don't want their eyes on the back of their head, because that's not how eyes work, shockingly. So, all right, now if this is going to check everything, so there's a few ways we could do this, but I'm going to just put them all together. So if none of these are currently going, then we want to play the idle animation. So if there's no other action occurring, of course, that's when you could do, and again, I'm just copying and pasting all these. I guess I could do is, and they're going to pop anyways for me, is down, yep. So if none of those are currently ongoing, I'm going to say to change the animation. But when we do invoke the idle animation, we want the character stopped by this time. So I really like the idea of having it just wait just a little bit to do this. And to do that, I'm going to create another method down here. And I'll just do a I don't think anything's going to need access. It's a private void play idle. And then we've already done that if statement. So at this point, we can just in our play idle say animator.play. What did I call it? Idle? And capitalization, of course, matters in this situation. Capital I. And the reason I'm doing it like this is because I'm going to invoke it so I can have a slight delay, because that way they could be moving left slightly still, and it'd be very strange for them to move left and then cut that off with the idle animation. So I'm going to do an invoke and then play idle. And it's just going to be a slight pause, so like half of a second, which is 0.15f float, and that's half a second. Now, we need to keep in mind the sprite direction, right? Because we need to change the direction of all of the sprites if they're walking left or right. And so for this, change body part, we can just use a for loop because we will have access to all of the body part script. And so I'm going to say private void update sprites or update body sprites direction. Again, kind of self-commenting code. And then this will be for each. Yeah, we can go. Okay. We're going to be using the script itself. So for each body part script, and I'm just going to say part script in body parts. So I guess now I'll leave it at part script. For each body part script and body parts, what am I going to do? I'm going to say part script dot and we need a way to go ahead and update the player's sprite. And so we could have these separate and we could pass left or right. Sure. So public change sprite, string direction of the sprite, and then I'll just have a we could do a switch, we could do an if, and if will be fine. Let's not overcomplicate. If direction equals left, and then we're just going to go ahead and get this whole thing, because that's what's going to grab that and change that index instead of doing, or change the sprite from the left one, from the down one to the left one. And then we'll just have an else. I'm going to go ahead and do an if in case we add or you want to add other things on your own. And this is going to bother me. Let's have down be the default. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and have left be the else. And boom. So if we pass that, let's make that a string. We'll go ahead and get all that updated. Okay. So now when are we going to do this? Update body part, direction. So now I'm going to want a string dir and then body part dot. Do we save all that? Yes. Update. Nope. Change sprite. Should I put direction in there? I want change sprite direction because we're doing a very specific thing actually. change sprite direction, and then dir will be passed. And so I'm going to do this for every body part. And that will go ahead and make sure that occurs. So when we hit left, that's when we're going to want to run this, right? But also when we hit down, in case they're going in a different direction. Now, we'll do this, even better yet, inside of play animation, because that way we can make sure we don't run it unnecessarily, because we're only going to want to update the sprites if they're changing the direction. So maybe we should get a better name for play animation, but regardless, comma, next animation. That will be fine. So what I'll do is use these animation walk right, key, walk down as what will be passed. Okay. So this isn't going to be perfect because you really don't need to change the sprites if they're walking right. That will be the same sprite, but it's still going to be good. So now I'll just reuse this next animation string here. And now I'm going to use it throughout. So what I'll use is walk down, walk left, all of these things. And all I need to do then is head over here and say, walk down key and make these match those. Walk left key. Save all that. Save all that. And this is looking really good. Save. Now, there are two things we need to take. Well, one thing we need to take care of. Remember our body part list? This body part list only has the visible body parts that are going to be editable or changeable by the player in the character customization scene, which is good. We need a list of the body parts that are just available for that purpose. However, we also need a list to be able to update the white of the eye to the correct sprite. So we need a list that we can access those other body parts as well. I'm going to do just like this. Paste, except I'm literally going to say other or private. I'm going to say other body parts or not customizable, not customizable body parts. That's just too long. Not custom body parts. Okay, so they can't edit those. That's what I'm trying to say, really. Now, we can use this way down here, because I also then want to make sure that I update the non-customizable body parts, because it doesn't matter whether they are customizing them or not. We need to make sure that we get those sprites updated. So for each body part, and yep, and then how do I want to do this? I could pass a parameter here. I could do, guys, forgive me. I'm just going to do this. Just going to use this again. Not pretty, but it works. Gets the job done. That will go ahead now and make sure those body parts too are changing upon direction movement. Let's go ahead, body script. Left and left. Save that guy. Whoop and whoop. Let's see where we're at with this. I'm going to hit run. Oh, gravity. We'll take care of that in a sec. Oh, that is not good. That's what I was hoping to avoid. So 1 sec here. Save all this. Oh, we didn't populate the list. Okay, so a few things. We made it, we didn't populate it. Rigid body, I'm going to put gravity at a 0 because that's where I want it. And then my player now should have player script, not customizable body parts, but it's empty. And if you didn't notice, all of these eye things, other than the iris, right? The eyes is what I apparently named it, are customizable. And then the sleeves. So I'm going to go to player here. And now I have reasons to use this list. I'm going to lock this. Add these two guys to this non-customizable list. And the pupil. And then I know my sleeves were an issue for each of my arms, because they weren't going to be able to change those themselves. Just the color of them. So, oh, there's my arms. And just the sleeve is what I need. Boop. Boop. There we are. Well, we're getting there. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's see. There's going to be one edit then to make sure the sleeves are going. Actually, let me go ahead. So the arms aren't fully customizable, if I remember right. We customize them with this shirt. So what we actually need then, I believe, is, let me just clear out these. We don't need sleeves. I think we're going to want arm and right arm. Let's see. And then lock and down. Awesome. And let's go hit submit. And we load it into our next level. We have a fully walking character. Obviously, right isn't working yet, but left and down are. Actually, let's double check our down animation real quick. What do we have that? Do we have it in the animator? Walk down key. player script. That all looks... Judging by that last test, we just have a few more things to tie up, which is great. So let me go ahead and unlock that. And I can select our player, I guess. Now, we want to be able to obviously use the up key as well. We need to make sure, too, that the right word animation is working. You might have noticed it looks really funny, and that's because we're not flipping our sprites yet. Let's take care of those two things. Boop. And, ooh, you know, fighting me. All right. And quapow. So, to be able to flip the sprites, well, we're going to need to do a few things. Right now, we do have left key, and we have a right key, and walk right. Now, what is this going to trigger? It's going to trigger our right word animation, which is fine. But if we don't actually change up the sprites by flipping them along the x-axis, well, this isn't going to be... This will look problematic. Now, we could likely do this within the animation itself. We would just have to add every single sprite, and that's pretty labor intensive. I don't want to do that. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually head over to the body part script, and so here we are. We have down and left. Now, we will need, obviously, the up and the right key, because there's going to be changes for those as well. So I just duplicated that. Up eventually. For up right now, we can just say down. Now, for the right key, yeah, we can just use left, but the critical distinction here is the flipping. So we want to grab this sprite renderer just like this. So let me copy, and paste. However, we then want to do flip x equals true. And then I'm going to, again, copy and paste, Control V, and I'll just set it to false in each of these. We could set a conditional to check each time, but it would honestly, just using that would be redundant anyways, because it's about the amount of script it would take to set it in the first place. So I'll make sure it's not set for any of the rest of these. Now, for the walk up key, which we're also going to have to consider, let's go back over here, because actually, before I even do that, this might be... So idle was acting a bit funny, and I am sure that's what it was. What we had before, what I had, was the negation of is right pressed, not all of these. So only if right was not pressed and, which would cause some odd behavior. Something else I wanted to do, I noticed the transition time between these two. So there's a few things you could do for this. I'm going to actually increase the amount of time before this is invoked. However, if for some reason the player has half let go of the key for a split second, it will still briefly transition them or flip them into the different animation, facing forward or what have you, and it looks rather strange. So I'm actually going to copy this if statement, and after that 0.25 of a second, I'm going to check again that this is true, that the player is still not using a key, and if so, then I will allow for the idle animation to begin. Now, is up pressed. We don't have anything for this. Is right key, yep. The one other thing you want to consider with this, and I honestly debated myself, if you would like to have the player idle whatever position they're currently facing, you can do that, right? The idle animation is simply it was an attempt at making it look like the player was breathing, just bobbing up and down a bit. However, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that once they go idle, they're always facing forward. So to do that, I'll just do a update body sprites direction. And I'm going to go ahead and hard code in walk down key, because I know that will have the direction that I desire. And this, I guess, isn't necessarily needed, but it will kill me, so I'm going to do it. I hate these redundant for each statements. Let me right click here. Quick actions refactoring, extract to a method, exactly this. And now my new method, I don't know, I'll call loop in. Perfect. Now it's going to need this string direction. What else will it need? It's going to need this, right? This body part script array. So let me go ahead and do body parts, body parts script. And there we are. What am I doing here? Square brackets over there. Perfect. And now instead of doing this redundant thing that really was bothering me, I can just go ahead and do body parts and then the direction. So body parts in this. And now down here, copy and paste. And I can just go ahead and do not custom body parts. There. Perfect. I like that a lot more. Okay, this is all looking pretty good. Now, for up is press first, let's do an up animation. So let's actually go ahead and tackle that now. Let me make sure I have all this saved. And the up animation will not be awful for a couple of reasons. Let's go ahead and see here. Animations. And we have, I'm hiding this. Bye. Nope. Okay. We have walk down. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to Control D or duplicate it. And there it is. Here it is. And let's go ahead and rename to walk up key. Now, of course, there will be some key distinctions here. Let's go to the animator though. Make sure I get this added. Walk up key. Let's also make sure we have transitions back when these are done. So set make transition to idle. We'll have it do a bit more of a smooth transition for each of these. Okay. Now let me select my player here and the animation. Walk up. So walk up is identical to the walk down. However, for the player itself, we need the face to be hidden, right? The eyes, the mouth, the eyebrows. Otherwise, that would look strange. Now, we will need a few sprites changed around too, and I'll get to that. But first, what's really nice is to hide or to disable an item, a sprite. You don't actually have to use code. I'm going to just I'm on walk up. I'm going to hit add property, and let's go ahead and pick the head area, the eyes total, and is active. Boop, boop, and now eyebrows, goodbye, and now mouth, goodbye. There we are, so it will disappear for us. Okay, that's actually all we're really going to need. It's creepy to see you without eyes for the animation itself. Now let's get the code in here that will bring this into full-fledged existence, I guess. So the most critical thing or substantial thing we'll be doing is I'm heading back over here. Most of the player's animations will not need, most of the sprites aren't going to need a down sprite or a walk up sprite. And I will call it walk up because it's the up key. However, there are a few ones that, like the hair, it'd be very strange not to have a hair for the back of the character's head. So I'm going to call this sprite up. And again, up key sprite image, something like this, right? And so when the up key is pressed, now what I want to do though is so we don't have to go through and actually add that for everything because a whole lot of things aren't going to need it. We could just use the down animation. So what I'll do now is I'm going to say if, let's see what we got. We just need to grab the index. So sprite dot whatever sprite we're on, index dot up does not equal null. So I'm making sure if we actually gave it something here, what do I want to do? I will, and I'm going to copy this guy. Sprites, of course, because that's what we called it. I will go ahead and switch this to up. Else, so in all other situations, if we don't have that defined, when we press the up key, I want the down sprite to be displayed. And this can be left the same. And we won't need to hide because we did that for the eyes within the script, within the animation itself. All right, hit save. Let's take a look now, though, at, let me go to that extra guy. Body parts. You know what? I'm just going to call this parts list, just to make sure it is clear, or it's not a list, actually. It's an array. What this item is, and not identical to... Okay. Let's take a look here. Now, obviously, since we have this enabled, and up. Great. Okay, so I think we're good. I'm going to save all of this and droop and droop. Now, I should pull up, I think I have them. So I have a few animations for the back that I actually haven't added, and I'm going to do so now. Of course, these are all available in the GitHub link, and I created them all. They're all CC0. Use them however you would like. Great. Now, let me go ahead and What the? Let me go ahead and populate those. So let's head over to chest, for instance. No, we won't need one for that. Specifically, shirts, what I wanted. Standard, that's fine. The V-neck I might set to a standard shirt because it could be odd to have a V-neck on your back. But first, let's do this belly shirt. Abs. We want this set to none, and I'll do that in a sec as well. But female. Perfect. And then while I'm here, let's go ahead and do belt. The only belt we need is the one, this standard one with the buckle. This could also have been a side image. It's just blank. And there's just no buckle on it. All right, now let's go back to shirt and go ahead and use some of the shirts for... we could even use chest for standard, of course. Chest, and then V-neck, same thing. And then abs, I'm going to actually, for abs, just to make clear what's going on here, use blank, because you don't need abs on your back. That would be very strange. All right, let's take a look now at shoes. Oh, why is legs? Is legs separate? That's not, okay. Let's go ahead and plop that there. All right. Right shoe, that's going to bother me too. Okay, shoes. I always forget. Is it the players left? Okay, it's that. All right. Okay, and then finally hair. And these should all be good to go. So let's go ahead and try. Start. All right, I'm going to hit left. Before testing this out, there's one more thing we want to consider, and that is the order of the legs. So if the player is facing left, what leg and what shoe should go on top of the other? Let's take a look here. Let me just disappear this one to make sure. Right. Let's head over to our animations. Make sure, by the way, that I've been tempted throughout this project to put legs under player's body. However, the animation was created with legs as is, so I have those as separate components here. If you move legs under body, you're going to lose your animation. All right. Left. So, and it might be a bit easier to see what's going on here. Let's go ahead and say, let's go look for pocket. So let's actually, that's fine then. There we are. So this leg then, if I head over to animation, we would want it to pass in front, right? And that's why we can see the pockets. It's the one facing us. So to ensure that happens, all we will have to do is actually, I'm just going to put a leg 1 here. And then for the right shoe, I'll go ahead and do a shoe 1. And that should take care of it. Yep. Okay. Now I can switch that leg back to the... Awesome. This is all great. Okay, let's go ahead and test. Ooh, actually, before we do, there's one last thing I got to do. I want to randomize the character upon each play. So, boop, boop. I'm just going to search. At start, body names, randomize, love. Okay. All right, and now I think it's testing time. Ooh, one last pet peeve or something that was bugging me was the size of the text in my button here. So let me switch that up and then we get to try it all out. Yeah, something more like that. Whoop. And then one other tweak I would like to make, you could have a feature disabling the ears with long hair. You could have that in the script as well. Something that I've found I have preferred, though, is for our ears and our sorting order. I'm just going to click Add Sorting Order. I'm lying. I'm not going to add one, but I want my ears above my hair. And make sure that the content is displayed, well, how I want it to be. So, all right. Now, player and, oh, let's make sure, most important part, game and maximize. Let's go. Boom. Cool. Boom. Why not? We have the feature available to us. Ooh, I like him. He looks creepy. Maybe I'll change up the hat. Yeah. Hair. Sure, longer hair. And that color I actually like a lot. Shape of the head. And
These eyebrows are kind of creeping me out. Let's do super dark, maybe. Definitely going to change the shirt up. Mouth's fine. Ears, yeah, that's fine. Shirt's got to go. Ooh. Sure, a V-neck maybe? And what about something like, oh, maybe this? Yeah, boom, my character. All right, I'm going to hit submit. Let's see if it works in the game world. Walking, 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 and then idle. Cool. All right, let's try another. Boom, and boom. Best part's testing it out. I hope yours is creating really cool characters, and if it's not, you should try more. I don't know. Ooh, this guy kind of looks... You know what? Random and random and random and random. And of course, we have all these features we can customize and change up. Their hat, their hair, their, well, whatever we want. Keep in mind something too. Ooh, their eyes. I like those eyes. Mouth is good. Color. I'm liking the shirt. We do still have the ability to customize one sleeve or the other. Well, they're at least listed as such. I joined mine so both sleeves are customized at the same time, but I did leave them in this list. You could remove them from this list, or this leaves open the option of the ability to customize each sleeve individually, and the same with legs, right? I forced mine to be the same, and I could remove them from the list, or I could add functionality and just get them to be changed, giving the user the control over that separately. Hat. Okay, let's keep going though. Boom, boom. Randomize that. Let's just... Ooh, yep, this is the win. Can feel it. Head. I kind of want a headband. Yeah, that's actually a great color for this too. According to me, who's not a designer. That's fine. Everybody's like, go with eyes. Can we do the... Yep, that's what I want. And mouth, sure. Ears, sure. Shirt. What if we do, yeah, probably standard. Nah, that actually kind of works for me. All right, and the shirt, I might go green with nope. Ooh, we can match the eyes. I'll do no sleeves again, because why not? And let's test it in the game world. Animation, down, up. We have another fully customizable character, which means we've created a character generation menu, and we can drop that character live into your game with functioning animations, just like the games, at least I want to play, are. I hope your characters are also awesome. Next up is me doing this 100 more times, so I won't make you watch that. I hope you made something really cool and you enjoy it. Please make sure to use all of these assets any way you want. They're public domain, CC0, steal the code, borrow the code, all of that, feel free. I hope you built something really cool. I'm just going to keep hitting random now.